Okay. We are currently locked in the office. Let me see.
I need help. I need to get him in the recovery. No.
Any stuff. Did we meet a Chris yesterday? I think we did, right?
Don't go through East
Oh
4th.
yeah, it was that guy.
I need you over in front of car, so literally drive onto the lawn. I'm
Alright,
I'm
Dirk's
coming
around.
right now. This one's got a real light pulse, barely breathing, a GSW to the head. I just had to clear off blood from his mouth. This one has to go immediately. Just one more inside. The arms, please. He's an OCO. I got you.
Oh, what? It's gone? You guys missed it. It was snowing earlier.
What is it?
It was snowing. I was like, it's snowing in November? Needs to stay in his lane. He mentioned. About taking the case. If you wanted to. He hasn't come back to me. Oh fuck, that's right. I need to give him the paper still. Let me see. Uh, Mm-hmm. So, was it the Lopez and Duvall case? That was the that that's a weapons trafficking one, right? Pretty sure it is. People keep using the last names. I don't check my notes. Oh, it is that one. Oh no, yay, Lopez. Oh, that's fair. Fun. Okay. I think I had him as a paralegal. Yes. Pretty sure they both told me anytime, so I just wrote down my time. Yeah. Since that's the time. Cover that. Okay, makes sense. Christmas needs to stay in this lane. Okay, okay. Um, let me see. What's today? Tomorrow. You want to do it tomorrow? Uh, she wants to do it tomorrow. I'd be good for someday. Wait, isn't Thursday supposed to be the thing? Sunday sounds good. I think I prefer Sunday. I think I prefer Sunday, probably. Let it come up. All right. Okay. Let me see. Who is this person? I probably wrote stuff down. Let me check. How is this case going? appropriately given the missing. Knowledge of the law.
I would not go up that. I would definitely not do that.
Everybody has the right to a better self.
Yummy. Yummy. Cities are the government branch. I don't even know which side that is. Fuck this.
Yes. Oh, okay. What? She'd fire the cop? Okay, we've responded to our messages. It just took like an hour. Alright, it wasn't so bad this time though, actually. Hmm.
He's gone now. He was on the west side. He's now gone. Up from the PD side ladder, and then the
Oh, an apathy embodied. Appreciate you. Thank you for follow. That's right. I need to fix my my alerts to actually make a sound for me. Let me do that. What did I use for the alert thing? Let's hear something explode. Well, we are currently locked in here right now, but alright, oh, I know what I can do. I can prep. That's a good thing. I'd like to do that with paralegals too. Oh, let me text her. Glory. Okay. Very shy, red-headed, former doctor, paralegal. It is always interesting to me. Apparently there's an order to adjectives in English that people who speak English just do entirely unconsciously. So I can't say red-headed, shy, former doctor, paralegal. But I can't say shy, red-headed, former doctor. Or I can't say former doctor, shy, red-headed. It's just, it sounds weird. It's very strange. What's that? I remember hearing the example. There can be a green great dragon, or what's it called? There can be a great green dragon, but there can't be a green great dragon. Unless the great dragon was like its race, right? But it's not, so isn't this interesting, right? But it's interesting though. You could say the fact that if great dragon was his race, then it could be the case. It's like, why? That's a very strange thing for people could bring up. It's a very strange concept, English. I'm renting him out for no reason. Alright. Let's see, Chase. Okay, I wrote that down. Who's the other person, Chris? Lawyer, paralegal, sure. Very anxious guy who wanted experience. Well, thank you, Apathy Embodied. What's it called? Yeah, there's a lot of weird things about English. A lot of it that we just do unconsciously if you speak it natively. Who wanted experience as what's it called? As a paralegal before becoming a lawyer. A lawyer again. Okay. Oh, that's right. Prepping questions for the trial, though. Prepping questions for a trial. I haven't done this in a long time now. I haven't had an actual court case. An actual court case in a long time now. It's be interesting. Alright, but if it's getting scheduled, it is for the... Acorns? Actually, I haven't heard these two words before. Let me look them up. Word or phrase that sounds like and is mistakenly used in a seemingly logical or plausible way for another word or phrase. Autological word. Acorn. Oh, it's right from acorn. Interesting. Team Mally presses. This is also something that I find strange. If people don't know something, they're just like kind of okay with like not knowing it. For me, I'm like, let me look that up. Usually unintentionally humorous misuse or distortion of a word or phrase, sounding somewhat like one intended but Ludus Carol in the context. Okay. Hmm. So it's like it's called the paralegal cadets, kinda. That's not really misusing of words, but it's funny though. I think call them paralegal cadets is it's a really good way, I feel like, of being able to breach a gap where that's not realized, that people haven't realized there was a gap. Where paralegals are pretty much baby lawyers and cadets are pretty much baby cops, right? But they don't necessarily see each other in a similar light, but whenever you add the phrase cadet afterwards, all of a sudden they're like, oh, okay, we're the same in that way, sort of thing. Or like, oh, okay, I was in that position too at one point in time. And they can empathize, for that matter. Or at least that's my goal in doing so. That I think is also funny though. But it's funny and it has a good purpose, so that's good for me. Or I'm happy with that. So from now on, all paralegals are going to be called paralegal cadets. Actually, can I just change the name of the position? I probably can. I'm going to do that. Alright. Oh, it hasn't updated? Update. Let me see. Maybe I need to refresh it. No, update. They might need to go back on duty. It's possible. Alright, I'm happy with that change. Alright, now let me tell somebody about it so that people are aware that I did that. Let's see, where's Emma? The rank of a lawyer paralegal. That is very important. Alright, that was just somewhat spur of the moment thing. Although we were calling them that yesterday, but now they're officially called that. I'm sure nothing will result from that. This is how you start trends, though. From now on, all paralegals are paralegal cadets. You just start doing something, and then other people will copy you. That's how the blocks got the calling everyone dog thing. It'd be great if this door isn't locked, though. That'd be very nice.
Is it just you or more? More is coming.
Is that another explosion? Are they still raiding the BD? Is that what's happening right now?
She's got no pulse left to check.
Okay. Interesting. I'm looking at these acorns. Back in coal? Wait, was it not back in coal? I wasn't aware of that. Whoops, okay. I know that the damp squib thing from the IT crowd. Okay, interesting. Wait, jaw dropping wasn't. That's not. Have I been wrong about all these things this entire time? For all intensive purposes? I thought for all intents and purposes. What? Those are two different things? Huh? Since when? Since when are they something? Oh wait, I forgot to answer this one. Mrs. Malkov contracted Valkona's lawyer for this. If I happen to run into him, I can offer my services, but I just want to give you a brief. Planning on doing the meeting for Sabbath this Saturday, but she doesn't really want to anymore. What? What? Okay, fuck it. I really have to do some work here, don't I? Oh, what? Listen, you're the only thing holding this together right now. This. Sure. Let me con. When was it? Saturday? Sure, that sounds fine. I can make over them. I can make over for that. Probably best. I have around 10 right now. Okay, that's right. I need to discuss lawyer fatigue. Being slow in your average criminal, being obviously guilty. Um, so don't fight cases where the criminal's obviously guilty, right? There's no reason to. If the person's obviously guilty, then have them plead guilty. You know, that's the. Remember, I don't do this as much anymore, but back on Onyx, I used to joke around with the cops, like, yeah, I get it, you know, this person's obviously guilty, but. And I would say this like in front of the client. It's But yeah, if I think the case has very little on the chances of being able to fight it, then there's no point in putting in a lot of effort to for a very small minimal chance of it paying off for everyone involved, really. And I would say I've got about 10 cases in the moment, and all of them I feel are maybe not easy to fight, definitely not easy to fight, but I have a very strong argument. I feel prepared, very strong argument. And a lot of cases don't end up going to trial anyways. Or they just end up becoming plea deals, stuff like that, which I'm happy with.
What's up? What's up?
Okay, that's the one. It's recently. I didn't write a whole lot for this, did I? I'm trying to remember what happened for this one. Oh my, are they still? They're really still attacking the police station. If they ask for a lawyer, I'm almost out. I'm annoyed. I've been locked in here for like an hour now. Oh, that's right. I need to sue Jordan Steele. That's right. Do I have his number? Let me check if he's listed. Wait, the name's wrong. Happy the D has been. At least for my opinion. There's been very interesting arguments that just seem to be dropped for expediency. So, plea deals exist to take off work from the police and for the DA's office and whatnot. I mean, if you think about it, like in real life, can you imagine how bogged down people must be in real life for these kind of cases? I mean, when you hear about a public defender in real life, you think this person's overworked as heck. And they have so much on their plate, so they're probably not going to be doing the best job for certain things. And so it's almost always better to hire a lawyer, right? Or like, what's called like a private lawyer. That's usually what I think of when I think of a public defender. And they would be right about the overworked part. They'd be right about the overworked part. As for the competency, I mean, you would probably get paid more being in a private firm than working as a public defender in most instances, is what I would think. But public defender is contract work, though, I'm pretty sure, so you wouldn't even get a pension if you're working for them continuously. Yeah, working as public defender probably is not the, Yeah, that sounds like a very interesting position. Oh, let's see. Let me actually. People are getting lawyer fatigue, but they're getting lawyer fatigue like after a week. If it's happening like after a week or 2 weeks, like that's crazy to me. I spoke with Gloria before. I was there whenever she was having like our first bench trial. And I'd actually turned that down because what was it? I hadn't been able to think of an argument for why the person wasn't guilty, but he still wanted a bench trial, despite me advising against it. And so I'm like, I'm like, all right, I don't think I ever come representing you. And so I'd asked Gloria to do it for me. That, and I think I was also pissed the guy for some reason. I forget what. I don't remember, but I feel like I was pissed the guy. But I mean, you say plea deal happy, but I just had a plea deal rejected by Phoebe after she gave it to me. Hello, I talked to the officer in the case. We're going to move forward on the case with the current charges. I'm going to have to take the plea deal off the table. I'm sorry. But I do agree that just stuff going to court is great. I'd like that to be the case more often. But, I mean, the job first and foremost is to make sure the client is happy with the outcome. As much as I like court RP, it's very time consuming in a lot of different ways. And so if the person's happy with it, sure, that's good to go. And then I have another 10 cases that I can try and work with to get other court RP with that. But I think it's maybe like, you know, I have a feeling it's probably bench trial fatigue is what it is. Let me see, do I have Gloria's number? I don't have her number. She's still in the organization. Yeah, DOJ is in shambles right now. I'd heard, what's it called? I think I'd seen like a clip of Penta talking about it, about how anybody who used to work was the one to work with in the DOJ with how it is right now is, you know, they're really giving that their all sort of thing, because it's pretty bad. It's in a pretty bad state at the moment. Billy Falco? What? Billy Falco? I thought he was pretty big on Onyx. Some things just feel anticlimactic, have it resolved by. That's true. I mean, I guess it depends on like a Pretty sure this person is a lawyer now. It does feel anticlimactic to have it resolved. I mean, you don't have to accept the plea deal, right? The whole point is the DA gives you a plea deal, and then you can bring it to your client, and your client can choose to accept it or not. A lot of people, they want to go to court regardless of like the outcome of it. Like they want to just be able to like say their piece, their sad story sort of thing. Alright, I've been here too long. Let me message Jimmy again. What? How do I spell Jimmy? Actually, I remember yesterday, this is funny. It's so funny. I was like, Tiomi, I was like, why'd you become a... What'd you call? Why did you become an ADA again? It's like, well, it was because of you, right? And I was like, it was because of me. It was because of me. I poached him good. Good scout. He's such a good ADA too. He's so good. I went and I chatted him up at the barcade about lawyer stuff. And what's it called, and he got interested in law because of it. Because he didn't really sound like he had like a goal, and he said he was had just been like fishing most time, and that's all he really been doing. And so I was like, well, I mean, if you're ever interested in trying something different, or like you're looking for kind of like a goal, maybe you could try being what's called like a lawyer. And he seemed somewhat interested in it, and so I've been talking about it and just discussing various things. And then he ended up becoming one. He was a paralegal for a while, then he became an ADA, and he's doing really, really well. I'm proud of him. Um, over an hour. It's just, but yeah, I do agree that just having a plea deal being accepted is a little bit anticlimactic. But see, I think we had the plea deals with John Stims, but those were actually interesting from because John Stims was there and present for the plea deals to be accepted. Like, I think it's important for the client to be there to like accept the plea deals and go over it and all that, because then it feels much more. It's almost done. They've really been okay. Can I sue the Saints for? That's probably a bad idea to sue the Saints. All right, that's probably a bad idea. Like, let me see. Let me look at my list of things I need to do. It's gotten pretty long now. I need to do this case. This is a pretty big case, actually. It's a very big case. Yomi was actually kind of freaking out about this one because it's happened. It happened like almost 2 months ago now, though, and it's been taking forever to get scheduled because there's a lot of people involved. This one, I'm pretty sure John Stims has been forgotten as a character. He no longer exists. The setting up Malthouse thing. This is actually progressing very well, actually. Lydia, the paralegal, was actually helping greatly with that. She actually put in like 12 hours work setting up, writing different mock trials and whatnot. She did a really good job. I do need to get my crates back from the place, but I don't really need them for anything, but probably should get those back from the place. The legal parking case. This one we are dealing with actually on Sunday, probably, it looks like. It'll be a Wrangler case. And that one does feel interesting, actually. It's going to be an interesting case. And I kind of like that Wrangler is okay with Court. Because, Court is RP. And Penta is... I love that Penta does this. He's so great at it. He's really, really, really good at just creating RP. That, and he's really good at just always picking the RP option. He will always do so. That's great. I love it. Like, there are different ways where I'll ask people, like, hey, do you want RP? Like, in character sort of ways, so basically. And every single time I've asked Wrangler that, or just Penta that in general, I should say, he always answers yes. Yes, I want RP. Yes. And I love that, because a lot of times I'll often get answers, no, I don't really want RP right now. I'm like, okay, that's fine. Penna really loves RP. This one has probably been forgotten about. Probably don't need to worry about it. Because I haven't heard from Oxburg. I did message him, I'm pretty sure. John Stims has been forgotten about. He no longer exists. This is past the statue now. This one, I did actually. This one. But this one's permanently on hold right now because we need to figure out how to get in contact with the guy, and I think he hasn't been on the server in a while. Contact the Sim Blessing if he's okay with plea deal for this one, because that was originally why I was wanting to fight it. Oh, fuck! I forgot to do that entirely. Whoops. Whoops. Let me do that now. Whoops. I almost forgot about that. Okay, thankfully I write things down. Whoops. Okay, let me do that now. Alright, good thing I remembered. 2-block property. Contract. Let me see. I have contract terms and whatnot. I have to write this. How formal do you think he wants it? Do you want, like, probably wants it as formal as possible. The parties represented. You see, I actually have copies of this on Linux because I've never done any kind of contract law I've never done any kind of law in my life, I should say, but I don't have a whole lot of experience with contract law, so I've had to copy off what I've seen other people do. So I copied off of Kosh Chan because he's actually in law school and he was interested in doing contract law. Man, I really wanted to play Syl on a... What? Flipper died. I met... Alright. Alright, let's see, she might be... We're not streaming, what was saying? She's not, okay. I was gonna say we might get on Onyx then to hang out with Penny later. Because Flipper died, apparently. Too bad. Oh. Yeah, they were brother. Okay. Flipper died though. He was like our clown friend. Or she. Our she? Like I met the person. No, in Onyx they would. Uh, okay. Alright, I got sidetracked. Documents. Contract V2? What does this mean? Oh wait, that's that contract, okay. Um, Contract tips. Include clauses that would never be used but seem to benefit the user. Add boring stuff. Add dead stuff to the contract to make it look more like a bank. Make it more bankish. What I've written down here. Oh yeah, the union contract. I remember this one. That's funny. This is hilarious, actually. This is for a contract with Fat Tony on Onyx. All right, let me paste it here. a while back. Two block. This is from so long ago, too. Union agrees to. Wait, something that's exactly union contracts, but something close to it. So no longer for ethnic Corrado, so we'll call this the property contract or property transfer contract. The scope of the services. Actual contracts, lawyer work, it's been a while. It's been a very long time, actually. Scope of servition. Two block agrees to where's the underscore? Blank agrees to purchase, say, scope of agreement. Agrees to purchase the property on blank purchase property on 2/24. Upon purchase of the property, will transfer the property will transfer the property rights to block. Okay. Hello?
Hi, I'm sorry, I don't mean to waste your time. But I thought you'd probably be the best way to figure this out. Do you know how to go about purchasing a property, like the deed for it? I heard you could do that. And
Yes,
was hoping somebody with legal background might know.
yes. You need to be able to have your what's called a business license. So do you?
Oh, okay.
You have that?
No, I was more talking about like just a house.
Oh, a residence. Okay.
Yeah, residence.
I'm not sure that residences are being sold currently. I know for businesses they are sold, and they are sold in upwards of around 300 to 500K. So that'd be the price you'd be looking at.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, glad I can help you out.
Have a good one.
You too. Did he? That's funny. I can't see these. Let me call him, man. Can I can't click on him?
Hello.
Hey, I'm up.
What's up?
You sound kind of sick. Are you okay?
I am sick. I keep rolling out of bed because I can't fucking sleep.
I'm sorry to hear that. It's
Yeah.
hope you feel better. So,
Thank you.
are you free? Are you okay with talking then right now, or are you?
Yeah, I could talk.
Okay.
I'm nowhere near the courthouse right now, and I don't have a vehicle, so we'll have to do it over the phone. But
Okay. Yeah, that sounds fine. I'm currently trapped inside City Hall. I've been locked inside the second floor for about 2 hours now.
Jesus Christ, is this because of the shit Kareem's been pulling?
Yeah. Yep.
I saw stuff on Life Invader. God fucking damn it. Well, as long as you're safe.
I feel a little bit too safe, honestly. That's.
Harry might be around. He might be able to let you out.
I already contacted Fran and Tiomi,
Oh.
and they both said that everything was in lockdown until the thing with that's over.
Lovely. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad you're at least safe. I'm sorry you're cooped up, though.
Oh no, you're fine. Oh, I wanted to see what is the problem with paralegals being felons exactly? I'm not understanding the reasoning there.
It's because we're not supposed to take anyone on in Saba if they're a felon.
I can understand with lawyer work as you're getting paid by the government for that, and so I can understand them not wanting to hire on felons.
So as a paralegal, you're still getting to hear private information about clients. You're still helping and assisting and learning how to be a lawyer real time. And you still hear that confidential information, and we don't know what this person's going to do with it. Not to say Benjamin Brocco's going to go and tell everybody that Joe Schmo got arrested for shooting a cop. But that's why we don't let felons join Saba. We want them expunged first, and then we would let them in. And he keeps saying he's working on getting expunged, but he hasn't actually spoken to anybody about an expungement.
Okay.
I want him to tell the truth, damn it.
I wasn't
Because
aware.
that's how he got hired on by Aegis too, by the way, because he told Aegis that he was in the process of getting expunged, but there was nothing filed.
Okay. See.
Yeah.
Well, I'd heard that Aegis looked at his record and saw that he hadn't done anything in like the past month or so. So, like anything too crazy.
He literally robbed stuff the same day and was a terrorist a month before.
That was like a
still
month ago.
That's still a major crime, and he hasn't been expunged.
What did they say? Yesterday's terrorist is today's lawyer. That's what I always say.
You know, fucking fair. But no, like, genuinely, I told that man I do not have a problem hiring him back on because he passed the bar exam. I would hire him back on if he got fucking expunged, and he hasn't done it. That's all he has to do.
Is it? So is this problem with felonies? So no more.
Yes, it's the problem is felonies.
Okay.
Especially since he has violent felonies. Maestry, back when she was still working with us, wanted to include violent misdemeanors, which I don't know if I agree with completely because it's a misdemeanor, but you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, misdemeanor is supposed to represent that it's not causing like any permanent harm, sort of thing. Right?
Yeah, exactly. And so I guess take that with a grain of salt. But the big thing is definitely like if they're a violent felon or if they have like major felonies like terrorism. So you're not in trouble or anything, mind you. Just
Oh well, thank you for.
Yeah.
I didn't think it necessarily was, but it was more.
Yeah.
I mean, I've worked with him. He's been making a lot of attempts to I feel better himself. He's been really going out of his way to try and learn about law, and so
I get that, and I want him to succeed, and I genuinely feel bad, but he needs to get expunged first.
Okay. If
I keep telling him that.
Okay. If So
Okay.
I know Two Block is in a little bit of a similar situation where he's been trying to better himself as well.
Yeah.
But he's also been really worried about accidentally getting a felony.
Yeah, I know.
And you really only get one expungement, and that's kind of rough, you know, because I could see.
No, I get it. If Benjamin Bronco really wants to be a lawyer, and if the issue with getting an expungement is that he's in the negative, for you know who Oscar Penfold is, right?
Oscar Penfold?
Yes.
I.
He's the person who looks like a chimpanzee.
Oh yeah, of course I know. Yeah, the
Okay.
monkey.
He's still like 100K in debt, but he was able to get an expungement because after having a meeting with the judges, we agreed to do a one-time like exception for him to let somebody else pay the expungement fee through their bank account.
Oh, okay.
So like if we could potentially do something similar for Benjamin Bronco, he just legitimately needs to talk to us, and if the issue is he's negative, we can work something out, but he's genuinely wanting to change his life around, you know?
Okay. Well, I believe he has. I've seen him doing so.
Right on.
I mean, I feel like he's always going to be a little bit morally gray. But
I mean, aren't most lawyers morally gray?
well, you know, they do have the
Actually,
lawyer
never
line
mind.
666, right? And that's
yeah.
all lawyers are thieves, right?
Oh my
Anyways.
god. Did you get to meet Jerkin DePetus?
What?
That's his name. That's actually his name.
Interesting name.
Jerkin DePetus. He got disbarred the other day.
For what?
He was in a bench trial, looked at his client and went, "Yeah, you guilty. You should just plead guilty."
I don't think that's anything. I've done that before. That's nothing too bad.
No. He like even said it to the judge, like on the stand is the problem.
Oh wait, he was on the stand and said this?
Yeah. He fucking said it in the middle of a bench trial, loud enough for the judge to hear, the like prosecution to hear. He just said it. Talking to your client quietly isn't too bad. That was bad.
Well, I mean, if he generally believed that to be in his best interest, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing to say.
He should have been representing her if he just like wasn't actually going to try to defend her. Unfortunately, I think it was Layla May.
Oh, I mean, that I can maybe understand a bit more, because I've worked with her quite a few times in the past, and she's really difficult to deal with.
Apparently, Jorkin's been doing that to a lot of people.
Oh, okay. All right.
Unfortunately. So he's probably the only lawyer who wasn't morally gray.
Couldn't this like result in a suspension? You know, don't do this again. This is a bad thing. You shouldn't be doing this.
I'm not the one that suspended him.
Okay.
I think it was Yakko or Jordan Steele.
Oh, Jordan Steele. I mean, I've been hearing some things about Jordan Steele, so.
Yeah, that man's rough and tough.
Well, actually, I was wondering. I had somebody who was actually wanting to sue him. How would I go about serving him papers?
Oh God. What? Is he suing him as a person or because of being a judge?
I believe because of a judicial decision.
Okay, then you would need to serve it to the DA's office, I guess.
Oh, I guess yeah, because he would be part of DOJ. I didn't consider that. Usually, I think of them as separate, but
Yeah, because I'm not. Because if it has to do with the judicial process, I guess the DA's office. I don't fucking know. Nobody's ever tried to sue a judge before.
let's see. I guess, or would it be like? Would it be like an appeal of a judicial decision? Is that something that would?
Yeah, that's possible. You could get a judicial decision appealed.
Okay.
You could submit that appeal. That or why are they wanting to sue? You can't tell me why he wants to sue Steele, but like that's just baffling to me.
I actually think he is. No, I wouldn't take this case if I thought there was no merit to it. So.
Mm-hmm. No, I know that, but it's just mind-boggling suing a judge. You know, it's just unorthodox. Unorthodox.
I mean,
ya.
my first case that one of the first cases I ever did was suing a judge. So that was.
Wait, really?
Yeah, that was actually the case. That was a horrible decision. Don't ever sue a judge. That was a really. Actually, I'm doing it again, but.
Oh.
It was a horrible decision. That caused a lot of issues. I ended up getting suspended for 2 weeks because of that. That was not fun.
Sounds fucking wild.
Yeah, it was. It certainly was. That case, that was an interesting one. So, what's called? I had a judge approve what's called the taking of someone's DNA for probable cause, and then they also wanted to do the bench trial for them. And of course, that'd be a conflict of interest because they would have had said that there was probable cause for this crime to have already been committed, right? And so, but they just kind of hand waved the taking of the DNA thing. They said, yeah, sure, you can just do that to the cop, and so that way there wouldn't be like any kind of paper trail of them having said that they could do that, sort of thing. And then they took the bench trial and they ruled against them in the case. And so I'm like, that doesn't seem like the right thing, sort.
That's a bit of a yikes.
Yeah, and so there was no warrant for the DNA being taken, and we were suing about that, and it ended up becoming a whole thing. And yeah.
So wait, they suspended you for that?
I got suspended because apparently there was like a lot of. This is back when I was like a baby lawyer, for the most part.
Okay.
And so I'm like, wait, you're not representing yourself? Because I was speaking to him, and I thought he was my friend, honestly. But and so I'm like, what? I'm like, represent yourself. And I'd been talking to him for advice about a different case that I was doing, and I think he misunderstood me and thought I was talking about another case. And then he said that I was witness tampering him by talking about this case with him and alluding to like it being a different case. It was very strange. It was a weird thing. But yeah, I ended up getting suspended for 2 weeks over it, and I'm like, all right, let me just. That's probably too high profile of a case to take for the first one. It was a whole thing.
Don't understand how that was witness tampering, but okay.
Because apparently, he would be a witness for the case where he was getting sued, and so because I asked for him advice about how to go about a different case, and he assumed that to be the case that his case he was talking about, he thought that would be witness tampering, and I'm like, that's not even how it read. The definition of witness tampering was trying to get someone to not testify on the stand. So that's not what I was doing. The opposite of that. Even it was very strange.
Gotcha.
And then I was I was actually held in jail for that, and I was about to be charged with witness tampering and encouraging someone to criminally threaten someone else. It was a whole thing. But
fucking, that's insane.
It was very insane. But thankfully the charges were dropped by the DA's office and all that. So
that's good.
But so I should talk to someone from the DA's office about serving him papers, basically. Okay.
That or just appeal the decision.
Oh yeah, that's right. We're talking about appealing the decision.
Yeah. So either give the papers to the DA's office or
it wasn't the best of times, but
either works.
Certainly times.
I wonder if it's because he swore at them.
If you wonder if it's because he's what?
If he swore at them. He's like angry Judge Judy.
Yeah.
Very abrasive man. He'll call you out on your shit. We actually did a trial together, and he called both the defense lawyers and the prosecutors out on their bullshit.
I think I had Phoebe talk to me about that, about how there was some lawyers who were like brand new who had been talked to really harshly by Jordan Steele,
Yeah.
and about how they
But-
just kind of took it on the chin and were trying to do better because of it.
Those were the 2 lawyers that I had just hired that passed my bar exam.
Oh no, you were the one telling me about it. That's right. Okay.
Yeah. Very proud of those 2.
All right, that's good. And I heard about, apparently Gloria is quitting.
Who?
Gloria Timmons.
Oh, I still haven't fucking gotten to meet her. Is she quitting?
That's what I've heard, because I heard from Dirk that he was hoping that I would take over the meeting that she was wanting to do on the 9th.
Gotcha.
And I figured, I mean, as head as the PTO, probably something I should be heading anyway, so I can do that. But I mean, I'd like to speak with her before she just quits, because I talked to her like twice, but I didn't think she was a bad lawyer by any means.
Yeah. I wonder what the fuck happened.
I'm curious too, because I kind of feel like the DOJ is a little bit in shambles, where it feels like lawyers are quitting or being disbarred or whatnot left and right.
Yeah. I mean, the ones that get disbarred usually are fucking breaking the law, so...
Oh, I mean, the
Usually.
last person told me disbarred was
I said usually. I should
usually okay, usually. Yeah.
Yeah. The last one who got disbarred prior to Jurgen DePetus, I think was Nick Barmanathy.
Oh yeah, I remember him, kind of.
Yeah.
What do you do?
Yeah. So, you know how Ulf left town, right?
Yep. It's,
That whole case.
I got the premium edition, the Ulf MDT, where he left.
Yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. That's a collector's item.
Yeah, it is.
No. So, after that, Nick decided to sneak in with Graves's Bad Egg group to do an interrogation because he was bored. And Graves was like, sure, fuck it, as long as you sit there quietly and you don't interfere. And so then, like, the police were interviewing this guy, and Nick starts, like, yelling from the, like, other room, don't answer that question, don't answer that question, even though it was a question that was, like, part of a deal they had made or some shit.
I remember hearing
and
about
then he
this,
just-
actually.
He just burst into the interrogation room, I'm his lawyer, don't answer that question.
So from what I had heard, I had actually heard this from his side about what had happened. He had told me apparently he was the lawyer that was that he came with Graves to represent him, and he wasn't around at the moment, but Graves was, and so Graves was representing his client, but he had already been representing the client, and the client was aware of that as well.
Apparently the client had so that he lied to you. Holy shit. So client actually went on the stand.
Okay.
He thought that Nick was a paralegal and was there to assist Graves.
Yeah, he did tell me that he thought it was a paralegal, but that he was there as co-counsel of Graves. Oh wait, the client thought that is what you're saying.
The client thought that.
Okay.
Yeah.
He
And then
said the
on
trooper
the
thought
stand,
that. Okay.
yeah, the trooper thought that, the client thought that, everybody but Nick thought that. And then Nick apparently perjured on the stand. I didn't oversee the case, I just heard. So he got disbarred. Which people need to stop fucking perjuring on the stand.
What do you do? What do you say exactly?
I don't know. I wasn't actually there for the case. I just
Okay.
got to hear the snippets. Because then after that, he lost his mind thinking he still had his bar license, got himself arrested, was trying to give legal people advice from inside the cells, and then no matter what people told him, he didn't believe them when he was told he's not a lawyer anymore. And Naruto was photoshopping him, like, in the grave because Naruto was like, eat shit, brother.
Naruto, I haven't seen Naruto in a while, but he's pretty funny. What's that?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in a bit either.
Yeah, I had talked with him, and he said that he even had proof that the client was aware of him being the attorney before the what's called text messages between them.
Wild.
And so
Then I wonder wonder if the fucking client lied then. What the fuck?
Yeah, maybe they had misunderstood or something along the lines, and thinking that he was just a paralegal whenever he was actually a lawyer, something like that.
Maybe. Who knows? Who's to say?
Yeah, because I was thinking that, well, if that's the case, it really does sound like it was a misunderstanding. But okay, so I've been hearing like very wildly two different sides of the stories from lawyers and when it comes to like the judge's side of things. It feels like there's a very, very big information gap in between two sides, and I don't think it's really a good thing.
I feel like there's a lot of misinformation when it comes to the lawyers and the judges at this point.
Misinformation in what way?
I'm not sure exactly how to explain it, but a lot of the lawyers think we're best friends with the DA's office, which isn't true. I actually talk to lawyers more than I talk to the DA's office these days. And only talk to them if they need me for something, of which, oh my god, when they need me for something, it takes fucking forever. That's a weird misconception that's happened, and I don't know how. They seem to think we immediately think people are guilty. They think we're not, like, there's things that they're asking for change-wise, and we're already working on it, and we've told people we're working on it, and they don't seem to, like, register that fact. For example, we might be changing from preponderance to evidence to 75% instead.
I saw about that, actually.
Yeah.
And I think it's already like at that point in time. Like, I think the 51% was so that the troopers would feel more comfortable, like being able to bring charges, and so it would be like more learning experience for people. But I think that's been like in lawyers' heads, there's like so much going around.
Yeah.
That they're like, well, if they've already been arrested, then they're already guilty by that point sometime. But that's generally not how judges treat it.
No, and that's why, like, during my last bar exam that I did, I gave them pointers of like how to do their job as a lawyer. Like, there's one scenario that's like, hey, you could drop it a simple assault, or try to spin it so it's oh fuck, we gotta update that one, huh? Because simple assault's gone.
I thought that was updated, right? Because the assault was changed.
Well, I gotta remove the answer as simple assault because simple assault is being
removed
completely. Yeah. But like, you could argue simple assault, or you could try to argue self-defense because the guy put himself in the way. You don't have to be completely honest with the police. Just try to get your client out of there.
Yeah.
He was coming towards your client with the knife, not Cecilia.
I mean, I think oftentimes lawyers are wanting to fight cases that are very bad to fight, in the sense of like that I feel like have very little in the way of chances of winning at all. And I'm like, in that case, you just want to help the client plead guilty. All right, that's probably in their best interest.
I want people to take bad cases and do their best with them, even if it's just them pleading guilty, get them their best deal, sort of deal.
Yeah. I'm not sure if lawyers are thinking that as like a loss or. The good news.
That's another thing with Jerkin specifically. He wasn't even trying to do a deal. He was just saying plead guilty. That's where it's a big issue. Yeah. Anyway, you were saying, sorry.
No, you're fine. I was thinking. I was wondering if I think I might have been a little bit in that mindset too yesterday, honestly, where I was like, "No, this person's very guilty," and I hadn't even discussed a deal with the troopers. I was just going to be like, "Just take some time off," but I probably should have discussed it beforehand.
Yeah.
But you're right. You know, that should be something that.
Always just gotta strive to do your best for your client.
Yeah. Let's see. There was four paralegals yesterday who wanted to be hired on, and there was the one who I felt was very competent enough to be a lawyer.
I got them their license.
All right, well, that's good. Thank you.
Did you promote them to lawyer too?
Yes.
Okay, cool.
And there was the There was another person as well who I felt was very competent, but he said that he wanted to get some experience as a paralegal before he got hired on as a full lawyer.
Okay.
And so I thought that was a very good thing as well for him to be doing so.
Yes.
So I think we got another good lawyer, although he does seem to be
Fuck
very
yeah.
anxious. He was very freaked out, like this talking and all at
Was-
the beginning.
What did he have orange hair and an orange sweater?
No, I think his name was Chris.
Okay, I have not met Chris. Now,
Uh,
there was this very nervous guy that came into my pizza place the other day, and he just was very nervous about even asking for pizza. So I was wondering if it was the same person.
No, he's on duty actually right now as a paralegal. I think he's
Oh,
Chris Peters.
okay. Wait, his name is Crispy.
Chris Peters.
Crispy.
Chris Peters. I don't.
No, I understand his full last name is Peters, but the last
Chris
initial is P.
Peters.
So it sounds like the word crispy.
Crispy. Oh, okay. I see. Is that?
Yeah.
Maybe
Yeah, his name's Crispy. Got it.
Are you-
And so I won't forget his name. Hopefully, anyway.
Okay, I was gonna say, are you sure not? You're just saying things because of your name?
No. It's literally he's Chris P. So he's crispy. Anyway, never mind. Don't worry about it.
Okay. Alright. But yeah, he seems like a good sort, although he did seem
Okay.
very anxious.
Well, I'm glad that he's wanting to be paralegal first. Honestly, I really want people to go for at least a week as a paralegal, personally, just to get some sort of experience.
Yeah, I don't
because
think that's bad.
sometimes when we just throw them in, fucking into the deep end as a lawyer right off the bat, they just
They crumble.
yeah. Or they are used to how other cities work and they cause issues because they're like, that's not how we did it back home, and when we'd have to go, well, move back then.
I think that mindset is probably the most important thing when it comes to being a lawyer.
Hmm.
And so
Agreed.
usually I try to get a strong feel for the person's mindset, as well as let them know of the direction I feel is very important to take as a lawyer in regards to that.
I completely agree.
Yeah, I think this... We haven't been having like a whole lot of personality come out of the lawyers. I feel like we've been having a fair amount of lawyers, but not a whole lot of not a whole lot of. I mean, they're like a different styles for lawyers, but I like
I get what you mean.
I would say like Falcone. You know, he's like I don't know. He just kind of has like an aura about him, right?
Yeah.
He's like someone who is like very much so his own person. I feel like we haven't been having a whole lot of those kind of people as lawyers. I mean, we had Wolf for a while, and he was something all right, but
Yeah.
he's maybe a bit too strongly something. That's
Yeah. He got real angry about very specific things way too often. Yeah, I would love more personalities like Falcone, honestly. Speaking of which, he might be the other head of PDO if we could fucking convince him.
You want to convince him?
Honestly, I feel like he'd be a good fit. You and him, I feel like, would be a good pair for running PDO, honestly.
I think so too. Honestly, I'm trying to work with him actually together on the overseer case for the hospital.
Hell yeah. The other person that has like said anything about wanting to help with PDO is actually 2 DAs or ADAs. Teddy, do you remember Teddy? Theodore?
Theodore? Yeah, of course I remember.
Yeah. He said something about stepping down from the DA's office for a bit to help with PDO, and I'm like, don't you fucking dare! We need the ADAs in the DA's office. Do not do that thing.
The only
And then the other one was Phoebe.
Phoebe. Oh.
Yeah, because she genuinely wants to help out the lawyers. But this same thing was said to her. I'm like, please don't do that thing. You can help from the DA's office, but do not quit the DA's office.
She already has like so much rapport with all the troopers and whatnot as well. And that would be.
But she was concerned because she's like, I think Liz hates me, and I'm like, I don't think that's correct.
I don't know. I don't hate her. It's I mean,
I don't think Liz hates anyone. I think he could like be upset with you for a little bit, sure, but I don't think he hates you.
I definitely was upset for a bit, but no, I don't hate her by any means.
Yeah, I figured.
I was kind of trying to mend the relationship a bit because I did feel that we kind of had things soured for a bit, and so I was hoping to repair things if possible, sort of thing.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll be possible. It's just a matter of time.
Yeah, I think so as well.
Yeah, Teddy wants to do a lawyer boot camp. I don't know what that's going to entail, but he wants to do that. So I told him to run it past you before he fucking does anything.
Oh, I was hoping to have something like that, like some sort of law school type thing. Yeah.
I don't know what Phoebe's plan was. I think she wanted to do a lot of mock trials or something. So.
Oh, that I have a paralegal who's been spending like hours and hours and hours, like 12 hours, writing up different mock trials and whatnot for stuff that we can do. And I think she's been doing a really good job of it, actually. And so I'm looking forward to getting stuff like that started.
Hell yeah. Oh, so what was I gonna say? Fuck.
You're fine.
We have a suspended rank if you ever need to suspend a lawyer. You can set them to, they won't be able to use MDT, they won't be able to do anything. They won't get paid, nothing.
Yeah,
so if you ever need to do that, you can set them there.
Okay. I haven't seen any lawyers do anything like super egregious or anything like that, but
No, I know. We don't use it often. It's just like if a lawyer breaks a crime, for example, or if they get like a heinous bar complaint in where they fuck up to an astronomical degree.
Okay.
Yeah, that exists. I'll happily throw anybody a bar license that you test and you deem fit. Also, you don't have to stick to that bar exam I wrote.
No, it was a very good one. I was proud of it. I thought it was very. I'm proud of you for doing something that good. I actually wasn't aware that you did it yourself. That's.
So some of them were from the original bar exam that LaFling wrote. But then there was only like 6 or 5 questions that he wrote, and then he wrote like 2 scenarios, and I'm like, I'm fucking dumping shit into this. We're gonna test people's knowledge, goddammit.
I thought it was very well written.
Thank you. My favorite scenario has to be the defamation scenario.
It's defamation. It's a strange one. I don't think I've seen people like try and sue for it, but I'm not sure I've seen anyone actually succeed over defamation before.
People keep trying to sue the hospital for being insulted. That's an actual like thing. Not that specific scenario, but that happens all the time. They're a unit known as the burn unit. If you are rude in the hospital, they get to come and burn you.
They get to come and burn you?
Verbally,
okay.
not physically. Yeah.
Okay.
So people keep saying they want to sue the hospital for defamation because people are being rude, and in reality they can't because it's a matter of opinion and it hasn't affected your life in any way whatsoever. So
for defamation, you have to prove like your reputation was damaged in some way, right? So.
Yep, exactly.
I did think I'd possibly my own defamation case, but.
Ooh, interesting.
So we'll see what happens with that one maybe. But so Jordan Steele has definitely been wilding a bit. Let's just say that.
Oh God. Okay. Fucking Jordan Steele.
Yeah, I've been hearing a fair amount about him recently.
He's also caused a fucking lawsuit to happen against the state too. There was a police investigation that was going on into antitrust. The case has been unsealed, so I can talk about it now. There was an investigation going on, so 4 businesses got put under an injunction that they just couldn't sell their business for 30 days while the police were investigating. They were still allowed to function as a business, they just couldn't sell. And now one of the people who was trying to sell their business had to wait 30 days to sell it, was able to sell it immediately, and Jordan Steele was enraged, saying it was a sex rights violation, even though it wasn't because nobody was arrested.
Hmm.
So he's trying to sue for sex rights violation.
What for? What's called for saying he couldn't sue the business, or he couldn't sell the business? I mean.
Yeah, because he couldn't sell the business when he wanted to. He had to wait a month.
I mean, I don't think it's much of a punishment, but at the same time, you have to question, is it something the government can do to say that you can't sell your property?
It was because, so, there were links that were showing that a single gang was running these 4 different businesses. So it was being investigated. And if the police had told the judicial, like anybody in the judges, that they weren't actually investigating it anymore, we would have just lifted the injunction. They had 2 stipulations: 1 month or until the police investigation was done, and just, yeah.
But why would the business being sold stop that by any means?
What do you mean?
Well, why would the business being sold stop that from being?
I don't know. I didn't actually sign the injunction. Becky
Okay.
Sue Boone did. My name ended up on the paperwork because I made the paperwork for the injunctions. Because Becky Sue got summoned to a fucking 3-hour-long bench trial.
I mean, I've been hearing about her sign off on a lot of strange things. Like I heard about a raid recently, where like an entire block was searched, where that was very strange.
Oh, the Grove Street thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, she got suspended for a tiny bit for that one.
I did think it was very strange that finding something outside means that you can search the entire block for it.
So, no, it wasn't because she found something. She was taken there by Wrangler and Harry to do an inspection to make sure it was safe. Because she's been in charge of occupancy permits, right? And she was gonna just tell these people, hey, you should probably apply for an occupancy permit for your house. But instead, while they were looking around, the Grove Street Ballas decided to start throwing grenades and shooting the cops.
Oh, I had to hear about that.
Yeah. So that's what led to the raid. Becky Sue shouldn't have signed it off, though, because specifically she was there and technically a victim.
Oh, yeah, that fully makes sense. Yeah, if you were hurt as a result of it, then absolutely you have qualitative interest.
But she didn't think about that. All she thought about was, wow, that was actually insane. These people might be dangerous. Maybe we should get anything illegal off the street.
Okay.
That's what she was thinking. And she self-suspended herself when she realized what she did wrong. The Council of Judges met, deemed that she wasn't doing it maliciously, slapped her on the wrist and told her you could come back to work tomorrow. That's how judges handle bar complaints, by the way. We have a council of people that get together. Like 3 to 5 judges agree to look it over and discuss with you, and then you move on with your life or you get fired or whatever.
Have I gotten a bar complaint yet?
I don't have my MDT on me, but I can't even think of a single one.
Oh my, that's crazy. That's might be the longest I've ever gone about getting a bar complaint. Then that's. I'm used to getting like secret bar complaints and then finding out I have like 11 against me when I've nobody said a single thing to me before this. So.
I don't have any bar complaints against me currently, but I'm sure one's coming because of the fucking injunction bullshit. That or because I agreed to a plea deal the other day.
As a judge, though, isn't that something like the DA's office would be mostly responsible for?
Plea deals?
What was that?
Be responsible for what?
The DA's office would be responsible for bringing the plea deal before the judge to sign off on.
Yeah, exactly. But so I got called by Burton yesterday because he was pissed off that I approved a plea deal with Yackle. He seemed really angry.
Wouldn't the DA's office be the ones who have brought it, though? So why would it matter that you signed off on it?
Yeah, right? Exactly. But whatever. If it happens, it happens.
Well, did you... I'm not understanding the logic there. It feels very flawed. And
It is flawed. It is very flawed logic. I don't know if I get the bar complaint. Like I said, I don't know if I am, but just from Burton's tone the other day,
Okay.
'cause he also like he immediately called Phoebe after he called me and chewed her out for signing the
Oh my.
making the plea deal too.
Burton.
Yeah, no, he was pissed. So I'm just assuming that me and Yakla are gonna get a bar complaint against us because he was the other judge that agreed to it.
I mean, I heard Burton had also done some not so good stuff and was suspended for a while, so maybe
He was a felon for a little bit.
he was a
He
felon.
stole somebody. He stole somebody from Sam's custody. Like, broke into the operating room. Their head and neck were open in the middle of surgery. Took the person and flew away.
What? What?
Yeah.
Was there a good
And
reason
then
for doing so, or was he just crazy?
He thought that the doctors weren't doing a good job.
That's a horrible reason. How is he still a cop?
Uh-huh.
Like, that's...
Well, he wasn't a cop for like well over a month. And then it happened again. Somebody else stole somebody from Sam's, and so I had to fucking set a precedent going, hey, I like to jokingly call it the Don't Fucking Steal People Act. It's literally don't take people from the hospital. Unless you have explicit permission to do so, or the person is conscious. Do not take people from the hospital.
Yeah, I mean, doctors, you know, they have their HIPAA, right? So they have an oath to do the best they can
Yeah, exactly.
regardless of the circumstances involved.
Exactly. And so I didn't think it was a precedent I had to set, but I did.
It's crazy to think that these doctors are not doing a good job. I can do better. Steal the person.
Oh, what's even worse is that he took her to somebody who had gotten fired from the hospital, so she lost her medical license, and she was working at the morgue for the PD. So he took her to the morgue.
Oh.
The cop got very lucky and survived, but there was a real possibility she wouldn't have.
Oh.
Yeah.
Did he have to get an expungement or what?
He was trying to fight the charges, him and the other cop who was the accomplice. The other cop came into the plea deal because they had set up a whole plea deal. The other cop came into the plea deal argumentative, and this is what got Wade in trouble, this plea deal. Because
All
he
connected.
was representing both of the cops. But then Burton fired him because Wade went in guns blazing trying to argue against the charges instead of treating it like a plea deal. So Burton fired him. He waited his turn to do the plea deal. The other cop threw Burton under the bus, and then Wade broke client privacy.
Really?
Yep.
Was it for something like that actually mattered? Like it was like...
It was something that Burton had said. I don't know exactly what it was. I wasn't there for it, but
Okay.
like he apparently broke confidentiality and revealed a statement that pretty much damned Burton as the main person who did the crime.
Well, I mean, regardless, you can't use a lawyer's statement as really evidence against the client.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. But like the issue was that he broke the confidentiality. You're not supposed to do that. Like that's one of the things that got him in trouble. And the other thing was that he fired himself as somebody's lawyer and didn't tell the person, and the person thought he was still being represented by Wade for like a week.
Okay.
Yeah. But yes, the other cop did not get a plea deal and instead got fired and pled guilty. So they're waiting to get an expungement. Burton got a plea deal where they had to work for Sam's for a week as a security guard and TechMed. So he got to help TechMed and help the hospital for a week. And then he had to be a security guard for PD, so he had to be a hall monitor. So he didn't get to actually be an officer. He had to be a hall monitor for another week.
Does he still have rank?
After those 2 weeks, he got to be let back in as just a trooper, so he's just a regular.
Okay,
trooper now.
all right. If he got demoted, then all right. It's not.
Mhm. Yep, it was a, and then so now that charge drops off his record because he did his community service, all that fun stuff.
Okay.
He actually stuck through it.
Yeah, well, working for TAC Med for a week. Oh, I can imagine.
Huh? And he was a tech med. He got to be a secretary. He got to hang out with the doctors. Probably got to burn some people.
I can only imagine if he was working under John Stims. That's
Oh god, fucking Stims. I heard he got fired.
he did get fired. So
'Cause it was bound to happen eventually, honestly.
apparently, so from what I heard, they fired his like entire group. Like everyone who would hang around a lot with him, they fired every single person there.
Hot damn.
I was kind of surprised by that because I was like, I don't think those people were necessarily.
I could see one of them needing to be fired, Janetti. She was the one that played with bombs in the park with him, and she confessed on the stand to doing so.
Hmm.
And, she never fought the charges.
She was wanting to. She spoke with me about that. She said she was wanting to fight the charges with John, but apparently
Gotcha.
John went to the bench trial, and I hadn't realized that he had had a bench trial about it even beforehand. And I was like, wait, you don't want to fight
Yeah.
the charges after they had already been ruled upon?
Yeah,
So
there was a
it's-
bench trial.
And then shortly after that, I found out he got fired, and I haven't really heard back from him since then.
Gotcha.
He did call me like 3 times, but it was shortly after I went to bed, and then haven't heard back from him since. I extended the offer to him. I'm like, hey, if you ever are interested in becoming like a paralegal, I'll be happy to have you
Oh
on.
god. Some of the shit he's pulled, I don't know if we could have him as paralegal.
I don't know.
Actually-
I've had felon paralegals before. I've had quite a few actually.
Okay, let me rephrase that. The man is kind of dumb.
What? Emma,
Yeah.
people
I'd
can't
be
be dumb.
fine
They
with-
can do dumb things, but they can't be dumb.
He's called himself not a very smart man before.
He knows what he's doing.
Does he though? Does he?
I didn't think he was dumb by any means. He was actually pretty intelligent in certain ways. I
No,
mean,
he's the one. He's the only. Him saying he's dumb is the only reason I call him dumb.
oh, he called himself dumb. Okay.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not a very smart man, but I am a medical professional. I know what I'm doing.
I thought it would have been kind of funny if he was a paralegal. I've been seeing him as a lawyer.
No, that would have been funny, but I don't know if he'd be able to do it.
And I also extended the offer to Janetti as well, because she seemed really down about everything. She was down bad.
Now,
It was-
Giannetti, I could see doing well as a lawyer, honestly, but not Stibbs. I feel he's charismatic, but I don't think he has the personality for it.
He's very abrasive. I mean, he probably would strike me
Yeah.
more as like a Wade kind of lawyer rather than
Yeah,
anyone else?
True.
I don't necessarily think that kind of lawyer is bad necessarily. They just have to probably be more selective with their clients because they
Mhm.
won't mesh well with certain people.
He also needs to figure out what the fuck the law is, because he didn't know that bombs were illegal.
I mean, well, that's what working as a paralegal is for. And apparently he spread my name quite substantially to all the different TAC men, and so they really wanted me to represent the overseer. And
You know what's really funny?
what's that?
I was the one that told him about you.
Did you?
Yeah. I told him about you and Falcone, because he wanted to find a lawyer, and I'm like, oh, these are the 2 best lawyers I know, so...
Yeah, I remember. It's called. I had called him because I saw he had called me, and then he went, and I got in the ambulance with him, and he took me around to the south side, and we were just driving around. I was like, this is what I live through every day, or something like that, and he was going off on a spiel. Interesting
That
guy.
sounds on brand.
But it's kind of funny to me how connected everything is. It always feels like it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I feel that. Okay, holy shit, we've been talking for like 50 minutes.
It has
It's
been.
almost.
Has been quite a while. I enjoyed our talk. I mean, I'm still
Yeah.
trapped in here, but let me see if I can get out now.
Wait, you're still
I'm still trapped in here. Yeah.
What the fuck is happening?
Let me see.
The sun is out and the snow is melted. What is happening?
I saw it snowed today. I was like, what? Christmas needs to stay in this lane. This is too much.
Do you know November 1st is the first day of Christmas?
We still have the Halloween decorations out. Christmas is already coming in here.
Yeah. No, it looks like the snow melted, so we should be okay.
It was kind of cool though, seeing snow. I'm like, snow at this time of year?
It happens.
But yeah, I'm still trapped in here though. Yeah, it's
Oh God. I don't know who's around. I don't know my MDT on me. I left it at the city hall.
there is TACMED actually outside. I see them.
They can't unlock doors though.
What? I thought they could go into PD.
Nope. Well, they could go into the garage of PD, but that's about it.
Okay.
Is Taomi or Jackie still around?
Yomi should still be around. Let's see.
Okay. He should be able to let you out.
If the thing's not still going on, it's been a while.
Yeah.
He said, "Yep, it does sound like it's almost done," and that was about an hour ago.
Oh God. Jesus Christ.
Also, Kiyomi seems to be. I think he's starting to break down a bit with everything. So I try not to overwhelm him too much because he's definitely starting to get the point in time where he's at a breaking point.
He took on too many cases. He needs to let some of them go. But yeah, I get it. I definitely understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, it's I got a message from him. He's like, "Hey, I just don't want to deal with this case anymore. Let's just have a plea deal about it." And then I get a message from 2 hours later. But I calmed down now. I'm taking back that offer. I just wasn't thinking straight, and I just wanted to get things done and over with. And I was like, okay, he's clearly starting to.
He definitely needs to hand some things off. Holy shit. I don't know if Eric or Harry are around right now.
But I can. He's very much at his breaking point.
No.
I'm kind of worried about him.
Yeah. No, that's why I was wondering if Eric or Harry are around, because they'd be able to talk to him and help him, like, shuffle around his cases so he has less on his plate.
Phoebe should be around. Maybe Phoebe would be able to help.
Phoebe's not a DA anymore.
What?
Yeah, she's an ADA now.
Oh, okay. We usually just want to hear DA. I think
Yeah.
just, ADA in general.
I was specifically thinking Eric and Harry because they're technically the bosses.
True. I could.
Phoebe could potentially help too, but I don't know. I don't know what's on her plate right now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think about more for. I'm not sure who exactly he necessarily has the best relationship is, but like who is the best at helping others in regards to the DA's office.
Yeah.
And I would say Tiumi probably is. But so
Yeah.
I'm not. Eric's usually pretty good at that kind of stuff. Harry, I feel like often does things very solo or like with people he's
Harry,
involved with necessarily. But
Harry's out of control.
what was that?
Harry's out of control. He's the reason we need an HR department.
Oh, is he? I was hearing about that about him doing a bunch of crazy stuff. I mean, he didn't strike me ever as that kind of person. So
Ever since he broke up with Darla, he's been out of his damn mind.
it's. I mean, I feel like everyone in DOJ is kind of. Oh, Jackie, thank you. I was locked in here for this time.
Yeah, there was a lot of gunshots.
There's a lot of gunshots.
Yeah, they had to lock down the whole place.
Oh, I wanted to ask you as well. Come here real quick, actually.
No.
What?
No.
Oh, what do you mean no? It was...
No.
Right, let me put you on speaker. I'm with Jackie here.
Oh.
Yeah.
Speaker?
Hello.
Hey, Jackie.
What's up?
Say hi to Emma.
Hi.
And Tima, come here as well. Tima.
Hello. Why are you
Hello.
bothering Emma? God damn it. Why are you
This is-
bothering Emma?
This is intervention.
What the hell?
What
What did I
You've been taking on
do?
too much work, Tiomi. That's
Oh,
What?
this is true. Yeah.
you've been taking on too much work.
Tailby.
Am I getting forced to go on vacation or something?
No.
God, no.
Force. Yeah, force
I
vacation.
think you should delegate some of your cases to other people.
This is a kidnapping.
Ah,
Just because you have a lot on your plate, you might need to spread out the cases amongst the other DAs.
okay. Are you okay?
I'm sick.
I'm more worried about you than myself.
Bah, don't worry about me, Tailby. Worry about you.
Well, I did tell the DAs I'm gonna probably clear these out. Then I'm probably gonna take a little vacation myself.
Good, good, good.
Okay, that's good at least.
Yep.
I got your text message earlier, and I'm like, okay, you seem to be kind of like at your breaking point, so I was worried about you.
Yeah. I had to talk to the
Wait.
DAs.
We say this because we care, Tailby.
I know.
Yeah, I don't want to tell you what to do, but I'm telling you what to do. Take care of yourself, damn it.
Okay.
So, are you feeling
Oh,
okay?
we
Like,
will
can-
kidnap you.
Yeah, I think I am. I mean, I picked up 2 more this morning when we talked.
that doesn't sound like okay. I mean, that...
Oh,
Well, 1 is gonna pretty much get instantly dropped anyways.
Is it frivolous?
Nah, it's a Finlay one that has a charge that shouldn't have been at charge.
Oh.
Oh, don't you? I don't want to bother you.
Well, no, it's just
Yeah,
you should
they-
be asking for help a little bit. What can we help you somehow, Tiomi?
no,
we have
Emma's on an LOA.
Oh well,
No, it's okay though.
Yeah.
I told you guys if you need me though, I'll be around. So
I mean, you should get better first.
Yeah.
I've already been talking to Liz for like 55 minutes exactly.
I'm gonna
So
put you in the
it's
throat,
Liz's
Liz.
fault then.
Yeah.
oh, was
No,
it?
it's
What
not
happened?
Liz's
I'm coming for his throat. I'm coming for
Oh
his
my God,
throat.
don't-
This is
don't-
happening.
don't-
This is
don't.
happening. It's real. Real.
Damn it.
I'm trying to be the hero DOJ needs. So-
Yeah. You're doing good work. You're doing
We
good
were-
work. You actually
we
hired a
were-
lot of good people, so I
Mhm.
appreciate it.
Yeah, we were discussing Saba and things like that.
Yeah, that's fair.
He's been using my bar exam too. It's
Yeah, you told me
glad
last
he
time.
likes it. I'm glad he likes it.
It was a good
Yeah,
one.
it seems like a lot of fun.
And
Though the pizza question is not written down on it,
Or the anime one.
or the anime one, yeah.
he didn't. That lawyer. He didn't answer the anime question. I was like, I
What?
forgot to ask him. He deflected. He didn't answer it.
Liz.
Liz, do you know the pizza question?
What's the basic question?
A waitress brings you a slice of pizza and then brings you a spoon and says, "This is for eating the pizza with." Do you eat the pizza with the spoon?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Did I hear that from you, or was it Phoebe? I thought
Yeah.
Okay.
No,
that's
that's a B. Well, you might have heard it from Phoebe. She quotes it after me, but like that is my question that I ask on bar exams for people because it's a good personality question. Because I've had people get like super enraged at me to the point that they cuss me out over it.
I did hear that from you. I remember you told me about
Uh,
this. That's
yeah.
right.
Yeah, I don't understand why. The spoon's there to clean up any topping that falls off.
Last time Jackie heard that question, he was appalled, and then I informed him that I actually saw somebody do it, and he was appalled even more.
Yeah, what the hell?
Move it. Oh, I remember. What was my answer? That was that how you eat pizza in your culture? I think that was my answer.
Yeah, that was your answer. That was your answer. Yeah.
I mean, a taco pizza definitely need a spoon.
A taco
what
pizza?
pizza?
What was a taco?
It's
is a
a
taco
pizza
pizza?
with taco toppings on it.
Yeah, there's no way you can eat that without making a mess.
You
Yeah.
just need a thicker crust so you fold it really good.
It also doesn't have like marinara sauce. It's got like red sauce on it and things like that.
Oh, okay.
So it's really messy.
Well,
It's good. I like it when it doesn't have onion on it.
you should
but-
get chips
Onion on
instead
pizza.
of a spoon.
Yeah, I do not like onion on pizza. I just don't like onions actually.
Oh,
More so,
That's
I don't
fair, I
like
guess.
I don't like onions that aren't caramelized. Like when they're soft, I like them, but if they're crunchy at all, I just ugh.
Yeah, I'm like that with carrots. Carrots have to be crunchy. I don't like cooked carrots. Unless it's in like a stew.
Anyway, tell me, what was your question?
What was my question?
Did it have to do with the case?
I already forgot what the question was.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, that's good. You
Yeah,
bring yourself of
What was
worries.
the question?
It must have been a lie if you don't remember it, so it's all good. Don't worry about it now.
Oh, I was gonna ask you questions, but I didn't want to ask you when you're sick and off duty. These are like a more formal questions.
Toby, if I don't need my MDT to answer it, I can answer it for you. I don't mind.
Okay, let me look at my dashboard. Okay. Is there a reason why Churchill is not on the 30-day statute?
Wait,
'Cause I
where
feel
you
like
have it?
that definitely need investigated.
I
Perjury?
thought it was on there.
What was on there? Let me check
Torture.
real quick.
I thought torture was on there. Maybe I'm remembering wrong.
Oh no, torture. Sorry, I heard perjury.
It's also not set in stone. If you have recommendations for adding to the list, we can add to the list.
What was the reason for lowering the statute to 5 days instead of a week? Like that's.
I don't fucking know.
I want to bring that up to 2 because I feel like
I wanted
10
to
or
do
14
I wanted
would
to
be
do
better.
7 days because most crimes don't need a long time to investigate. Like, are you going to investigate GTA? No, just write your warrant and be on
No.
your merry way, right? That's like most crimes fit under that small window. It's just figuring out which crimes need to be under that bigger umbrella.
Okay, another question that the troopers brought up is modifiers on those no statute limitations.
So, like,
Would attempted first degree there be no
No.
limitation?
No.
No? That fall under 5 days, 30 days?
That falls under
Or
the 5 days.
attempted tag
It's gonna piss
roll?
people off.
That
Yeah.
includes the second third, right? Well, second.
Mhm. Yeah,
Okay.
if we didn't include the attempted prong in the list, it's not part of the list.
Okay.
Because if you know somebody attempted murder, you're probably gonna have them in your custody pretty quick. I think that was
Okay.
the thinking behind that.
Let me add that to my note so I can bring that to the meeting.
But what if they escape?
To write a warrant.
Yeah, once the warrant comes
What
out,
I hear about
not
the-
5 days, disappears, right? Don't you already pushing charges?
No, you still the warrant's only good for 5 days once you write it.
Okay. The warrants are good for 5 days.
Oh boy, this is gonna piss
Okay.
off. Okay.
Like you gotta fit in that time frame, you know. Like I said, nothing is set in stone. We can adjust things, change things. The law is not a straight line. It is a fucking roller coaster that we have to figure out how it works with hammers. You just gotta hit it till it works.
What about biochemical attacks or biochemical weaponry? How do we
Terrorism?
how do we come up with a charge
Yeah,
for
that
that?
would,
Just
that would
terrorism?
still be like,
What if you can't prove a social or
Felony
end.
with a victim.
oh
Yep.
god, it's
Being
such
the
a small
state.
charge though.
I know.
That's nothing. I feel like we should be able to stack that for like I guess
I mean, it's
would-
separate cases.
I know. I just feel like that felony with a victim, especially, I guess, should be up to the judge. But I feel like they could like stack it based on the severity.
Well, I don't mean necessarily stack it, but couldn't you ask for the amount for the fine or the time to be increased or like decreased
No,
based on
that's not how
severity?
the system works.
Oh,
We can't change the fine, but we could potentially change the time
Okay.
by adding more
Oh.
felony with a victim.
Yeah.
So you thought torture is just like one of those, depending on the scenario type thing then?
Yep.
Are there any special circumstances where the statute of limitations could be overruled by a judge?
Yes. You just need to
Okay.
bring it to a judge. Like,
You can request
Like I
for it to
said-
be extended.
not everything is set in stone. Like I said, things can be adjusted.
Do biochemical weapons seem like something you'd rather preside over or be conflicted over?
Oh my god, don't
Don't.
tell me anything.
I'm not telling you now. I'm these are the things that I'm if I ever want to come to a judge, I'm gonna ask them first. Is why I'm saying that.
Yeah,
I'm not doing that over the phone.
If people are using biochemical weapons in this state, it's fucking terrorism, and I'm just gonna put that out there right now.
Okay.
I'm putting my foot down.
Fair
But
enough.
That's
There's
terrorism
no
thing.
reason. There's no reason to use that other than like fucking terrorizing the populace. Like, what the fuck?
okay. There you go, Jackie.
Okay.
That's just my opinion, though. Don't.
You got dressing to go.
Fair enough.
Well, then you
Yeah,
get
I
the,
want to go.
the
I
final.
need to go down because I only put 15 minutes on the timer thing.
Oh shit. Okay.
I'll be right back.
I was gonna say, then you have to define what biochemical is, right? Because what's someone like throwing like a
yeah.
some sort of like gas grenade, would that be terrorism?
Poop bomb.
Depends on the situation with the gas grenade, I guess.
Right. So like just using biochemical weapons doesn't necessarily mean terrorism.
Yeah, it depends on the severity and intent.
Well, yeah, if it's targeting like a mass population, I would say it's probably terrorism in an instance.
Does this have to do with the people that were biting people's faces the other day?
Why aren't you into dragging this up?
Your silence speaks thousands of words, Jackie. Your silence speaks thousands of words.
What am I supposed to say? I mean, you shit.
Call it out.
Damn it.
You should be pouring anything out. What are you talking about?
She just asked me if it has anything to do with people biting people's faces off, and I just stayed silent. I didn't know what to say.
Face Off?
Yeah,
Face Off. That's a crazy
That's a
movie.
good. That's a decent
Yeah.
movie. Yeah.
No, I heard about the shit that happened on Halloween.
Yeah.
I heard.
Theodore
I
tried
heard
getting me arrested.
Yeah, I heard about that too. I
Yeah.
heard you domed a guy.
Yeah.
I dumped a lot of guys. I
She
felt
dumped
sorry
someone
after
today.
every single time I shot, though.
That's good. That's good.
He's a shooter.
Sorry for
Yeah,
nothing.
well.
Hit.
He could be your security at piece of this.
Yeah, I was like literally saying, "Don't come, stop! Don't come any closer, please! Don't come!" And bam!
I've
And I
heard. It was
apologize for shooting them.
I've heard it was like a fungal infection or an airborne illness. I've also heard it was dire rabies, whatever the fuck.
Yeah,
that
dire
means.
babies.
Greater
It's like rabies, but dire.
Yep.
Now, I've heard a lot of different explanations for what happened on the 31st, but
Yeah, me too. I'm not even trying to say that that's exactly what it was, but
I mean, fucking Tony ranted about something about gases on fucking Life Invader the other day.
yeah.
That man is unhinged, I swear to God.
Yeah, I don't know what's gonna happen. Do you know when that trial's gonna happen?
Oh, I don't know. They sent a reminder to people that it needs to be done, but I don't think I can be part of it.
Because you were there and you were a witness.
Yeah, I was a witness, and I don't think Becky Sue Boone can be part of it because she was the presiding judge.
And Lucius Fox can't either.
I'm just glad that it's officially on the record that I got to say that I'm hella gay.
Oh, that's nice.
Yep.
Oh, Liz, you didn't see that part. They asked Graves about his sex life.
Did they?
What? Why would
they
they even
asked-
bring that up?
They were trying to show who he is as a person. I can't remember the term.
Why would the sex life matter for that?
I don't fucking know. I don't fucking know. So they asked him about his sex life. And so when I go up on the stand, it's like there's like an awkward pause, and I'm like, "Do you want to ask about my sex life too?" And so the defense lawyer's like, do you want me to?" I'm like, "I'm very gay," and everybody just bursts out laughing, and Teddy, being Teddy, goes, "Lesbians unite," and then Becky told everybody to shut up.
Oh my god.
See.
It was a very long trial. It was
Yeah,
7.5 hours.
See.
Tell me, it's okay.
This is the new paralegal here, Kitty. It's
Yep.
No.
Yeah, I was helping her out a little bit this morning. Well, a couple hours ago.
Yeah, he was helping out for a little while.
okay. Oh, we have Judge Emma here on the phone. Well, she's not acting as judge right now.
Hello.
She's very sick.
I'm sick.
For the most part,
Yep.
we're bringing work to her though. Anyways.
Big chillin'. Oh, I said if you guys need help, I'd help. So here I am.
Oh, I hope you get better, Judge.
Thank you.
And we were also having an intervention for Tiomi, as he's overworked and he's freaking out.
I'm not overworked. I mean,
You sound like you are.
I remember the last time I actually took a night off. I took hours off, but not a whole night.
Tiomi.
The world was ending, so I took the night off. That's not.
I mean, I worked right after that.
He shot right before that too. He's shooter.
Oh my
Tell
God.
me.
I just feel bad because there's normally, like, Jackie's around after 2 sometimes, but I just feel bad when they ask for DAs and there's no DAs around.
Yeah.
So I always have my radio on me just in case something happens.
Well, you should definitely take a night or 2 off, Toby. Turn that radio off. Go live your life. Go fishing or something.
Oh, fishing. I haven't done that in a long time.
I'm probably gonna change my schedule around so that I'm around from like I start around 4 or 5 hours from now.
I thought about adding a couple hours. Like, do like between like 4 and 5 p.m.
I was surprised we were getting people who are wanting to do legal stuff during these times. I was like, these times? These are always the hours, right?
Yeah, this is actually probably good for PD. I mean, for defendants and these
Oh,
times,
it's
to be
always-
honest with you.
Yeah, I always feel like the big stuff happens between like midnight and 3.
It's true. For criminal stuff, somehow it does happen.
Yeah.
But I meant for like lawyers being around. Very rarely I would see any lawyers.
Yep.
There was one. Yeah, Field was like around this time, but I don't know if he's suspended or revoked. Robert Fields.
Yeah.
Was he the one that said just fire me so there could be a mistrial?
Yeah.
Okay,
I know
Oh,
he's-
that guy.
Yeah, he needs to get his record expunged. No, wait, he
Oh.
did get his record expunged, so he should be able to come back as a lawyer.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because
Wait, he got a record spun before the appeal even went through?
Yeah.
Okay.
just accept it, Toby.
It
Mhm.
doesn't make sense, but
I know. But that's what he wanted. He wanted to just get it over with. So you could probably just drop the appeal at this point if it's still on the docket.
is that a Judge Brolin type thing? Because I mean,
That's
there's no
fucking
point.
the fucking charge doesn't exist anymore. He expunged it.
I get-
Okay. You
I get
you heard that, Jackie.
Yeah.
Do you want to double check that it's actually on his record that it's expunged? Because I don't have my MDT.
Yeah, we can check.
Because if it is, yeah, fuck it. Throw out the case. What?
Can I also get verbal approval for throwing out one of the cases that I have because me and the lawyer, or actually the defendant, decided not to go through with the appeal?
Yeet it. If you guys
Pretty
have
cool.
an agreement, then yeet it. What?
Okay, I didn't know if well for dropping cases we were told we have to get to show
Yeah.
approval. So
What?
Yeah,
I
just
think
Yeah.
it's because the troopers get so mad and
Yeah.
complain.
yeah.
I don't think it's the troopers. We just want to like make sure the judge know something's
Oh
getting
no, the
dropped.
troopers get pissy at whatever we do, so it's a good reason to say.
Yeah, they've been pretty heated at us the last week for some reason.
Hmm
No, he doesn't have the expungement on his profile yet.
Ooh, never mind then. Leave it alone.
Yeah. There's two
Interesting.
Robert Fields in here, and neither of them have it on there. I double checked that it was the one.
Oh, also, do you guys know anything about Gloria Timmons? I heard that she was wanting to quit. I was kind of surprised by that.
Oh,
She's
didn't know
want to
that.
quit?
I thought she was going to do a mock trial. That's not good.
Yeah.
She was wanting to have set up.
What?
What?
Is she the other paralegal that was here last night?
No, she's a
Oh,
lawyer.
no.
No.
The other one wants to do like a mock trial and some Q&As and stuff.
No, it's
I even
completely
told
different.
I even told Emma that I thought she was a good like face of PDO since she wants to do all these things.
She was wanting to have a meeting where all the lawyers, the OJ, like the judges, and the DA's office meet
Yeah,
up on
totally.
the 9th, actually. And I was asked to take that over by Dirk because Dirk said that she is planning on leaving the as a lawyer.
Yeah, Alexandra left too.
Who?
Alexandra Langley, another
The name
redhead.
The name is familiar, but I don't know if I've actually met them.
I think she was working with Theodore Wood for a little bit.
Hmm.
He was also a new lawyer. That for some reason wanted access to the MDT to count every single guilty, not guilty, no contest rolling.
Yeah, no. What?
I have no clue why he thinks we even had that kind of information. He said he was willing to go through all like 15,000 arrest cases and just add them all up.
Absolutely
To prove a
not.
bias or something?
He just said he wanted to know the information. That's really all he's told us. He just wanted to know.
That is
He liked
actually
numbers.
insane.
I got a message from Dirk. He says, Gloria was planning on doing the meeting for Sabbath this Saturday, but she doesn't really want to anymore, as she doesn't want to be a lawyer anymore. Would you be able to handle it? Because I think that the meeting would be helpful to everyone, and I have some notes on it already.
Did she run into Jordan Dale? Because I feel like a lot of lawyers run into him and then just don't want to do anything anymore.
I mean, the two lawyers that I hired were fine after their encounter with him.
Yeah, but there was a solo time that he was also doing open court, and I believe Alexandra was one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
I don't know about Gloria, but I forget which one was there actually. They might have both been there.
He's an angry Judge Judy.
He's a very
Yeah,
angry
he's
judge.
very angry, but
For some
is
reason, he
smart.
told me he wants to be back on Thursday for open court. So I guess
He wants
that's
to
a good thing.
He wants to do open court every Thursday night.
And he likes
Yep.
TT over here.
Does he?
He calls him TT.
TT.
I've gone against Jordan Steele in the past, back when he was a prosecutor, but
You should be there too on Thursday. That would be fantastic. You could be the defense lawyer that people want for open court. That'd be fucking huge.
sure. I can do that.
Yeah, cool. Hell yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah, give it to the newer people, but I don't know
Oh yeah, I
if
want them
they
to get more
should
experience as well.
get
Sure.
thrown.
I mean,
Mom
they,
and
can
Dad, I
help.
don't know.
They can help. They don't have to be the lead lawyer. They
Okay.
can
Yeah.
be the assistant.
Yeah, but you have exposure to Jordan Steele, so that's good. That's probably good to lead on there in case they need someone to help.
Okay, guys.
All right, Emma, sorry for taking
Okay.
your
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, you're fine.
Yep.
You're fine. I just suddenly hit a wall of exhaustion. I think I'll be able to sleep now. Maybe.
Oh, that's good.
I appreciate that, man.
Okay.
Get some rest.
Good night.
Yep. Good night,
Yep,
guys.
good
Be
night.
safe.
Feel better.
You too.
Thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
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 Okay.
But yeah, I think he'd be good for open court on Thursdays.
He said he wants to do every Thursday, but we'll see what happens in a couple of days.
I could definitely see some lawyers maybe taking things pretty harshly if he was to be the judge. So.
Some of them got fired
Well,
last time.
well, Yeah, and
they didn't get disbarred, but they got fired by,
the
by the judge for their client. So I don't know what happened.
and Sam ended up getting hit by $35,000. They had to pay
Oh,
back
yeah.
to two people.
That was a
He
lot. Yeah.
he gives a lot of money out when people come to him.
Yeah.
Like rather than dropping like a $400
Hey, Emma.
ticket, they end up
What are you doing
getting
here? You should be
like
resting.
$3,000 reimbursement. Still, yeah. I mean, the
It was good
Tusk
to
family
see you,
got a
though.
lot of money back too.
Enjoy talking with you.
They sure did.
Or Katie, actually. Katie.
Well, they
sorry.
did lose one, so there's that.
Yeah. And now they have the what is it? Oh, just so you know, it's good info for defense lawyers of this too. There is there's an agreement with Tusk Towing that there are some people that will get some community service for plea agreements, maybe, and they can go work for Tusks. I don't know if this is a permanent thing, but at least for the next like 2 weeks,
Chat
Is
some like
that
that.
a?
hopefully a permanent thing.
I hope you feel better, and we'll be able to sleep. No,
I
I know
mean,
I'd have
that's
to do
kind
that.
of dangerous. Truck drivers have to get shot at.
I know, but it's
I guess
they
that's
still
safer than
do
the
help.
mall.
I mean, it's better than leaving the fucking streets littered with fucking almost blown up bikes and then other completely blown up vehicles or stolen vehicles that are abandoned
What
all
was
over
the
the
agreement again?
place. So they can opt for, well, in certain circumstances, obviously, but plea agreements can involve doing community service with Tusk's Towing.
Oh, sure. I mean, that sounds fine. I don't see a problem with that.
Yeah, I think that's cool. I like community service quite a bit, actually.
Yeah.
I appreciate
We
you.
actually
we
worked
got-
with Falcone on something. We can't talk about
Yep.
the case, but because of community service, things like that, he's actually going to do a.
It was a good talk. I
seminar
love talking to people for
lawyers soon.
long times.
That's
My
gonna be
average
good.
phone conversation is like 40 minutes, something like that.
Yep.
Okay.
For learning like
Okay.
procedures and objections and shit like that.
Oh, I wanted to hear from you guys as well. Who
What's up?
apparently the DOJ is trying to find someone else to be for the co-position of the BDO. Do you guys have any recommendations?
I think
I think-
Falcone's great.
Yeah. Didn't Falcone say he's going to take it
Oh, hey,
He's
Diva.
thinking
for
about
a
it.
while?
He's thinking about it. He's
I mean,
against it, but
Falcone, but-
he is warming up to it because he wants this to be a. I think he's
Stepping
ultimately
stone.
wanting this to be a stepping stone to be a judge. But I think he can offer quite a bit.
Falcone
of
judge though?
knowledge if
I
he
don't know. I feel like he
is
like
around to do that for a lot of different lawyers. And if he's around at the same time as you, or like differing times, maybe that would be good.
I'm
Different
sorry you're having
times
to deal with that.
preferably, but you know, I think both of you have a lot to offer.
I mean, I
I honestly can't think of anyone else really. I mean, we go through like lawyers so quickly.
and judges, it feels like sometimes.
Like-
Yeah.
And yeah, I do feel guilty. Like with the new system, we just getting like so many appeals and subpoenas and civil suits that it's just hard to judge them all.
Oh,
And I think the lawyers just get tired for not getting it moving so fast. Like I'm sure you are used to it. Like you understand things can take a little bit.
yeah. Apparently, the back where I first started lawyering, they had a word for whenever I would do fairly like minor cases or fairly frivolous cases, where they would call it another Bajek case, because apparently I would do so many of them that they would
What the
just
hell?
drop them.
Yep. Like I'm even gonna take a small vacation after I get these ones done.
I've learned that
Mhm,
90%
I
of
say
cases,
that.
once they're filed, they never go to court. And so then, as soon as you file a case, you can just stop worrying about it entirely. It doesn't exist anymore. And that's how I end up getting like 10 cases.
Let me see. Once you get hold of Timberway.
No, I wasn't able to get in contact with him. He didn't text me back.
Okay.
And Gloria's planning on apparently quitting.
If
So
you can get V,
Revan, let's
to
take
do,
over
like,
the meeting on the 9th.
I'm trying to think. What
Wait,
the latest
every day
you
this
can
week?
possibly go.
What's happening? What is
We could
happening?
somehow land on like a Thursday, and like
I'm sorry,
2,
I'm gonna go
3
through that.
o'clock, maybe 4 o'clock p.m. We could probably do that. I want to wake up on my like on a Thursday to do that. It's either gonna have to be it has to be on like a Thursday. That's like the only day I can actually wake up early.
Oh, for the Alex Reed one?
Alex
Yeah.
Reed one, yeah.
He actually hasn't messaged me back, so I'm not sure if he is still wanting to have the case done or not, honestly.
Okay, give it 7 days. Keep trying. If you can't, it'll be up to you if we can just toss it out. Like I feel so bad. Like it's just delaying in a time that we literally have no one around. Like I've been ready for
They do
that.
get
It's
super
just we
aggravated.
haven't
I've seen
had
that myself.
any way to schedule it.
Even when there's other troopers
Like I can't.
who are asking for it to be
John
dropped.
is on vacation, and he's like the only one
I experienced
that
that
has
myself.
like
working
a
for them.
EU time.
I think he may have forgotten about the case because it has been a while, but he did seem to be making an attempt, and I even met him later
Yeah.
in person, and he was saying that he still wanted it. He was asking about the progress
Yeah, I
of it and
mean,
whatnot.
I need to run. Like, what we're about to say,
Is it just people telling them they're wrong about something, or like, what is the reason that to get so mad over something like that? I don't
I was
understand the
gonna
reasoning.
suggest if he. No, I can't say it. No, I can't. Yeah, just I know he's trying. Like he's trying to keep getting like hospital checkups and stuff. Yeah, I think he's been pretty. You know, this might actually be a. You know, this actually might be a good thing for community service. Try it out, actually.
What? Who, Reed?
For like Alex Reed. Like,
Oh, yeah, if you can contact him.
if we
fuck it.
can't figure out a way to get this scheduled, we can always offer like community service.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I remember I tried. That's what I dealt with Harry about this in the cells. I was like, "Is there any way you could do community service or anything like that?" And he's like, "No." So I was like, "Oh, okay."
Oh yeah, it is a stream charge. It's just I have like no clue how we can get this like written up.
Well, I mean, he just had the bench. He didn't have anything like made with it or anything like that.
Yeah, I know. It's just the process of making that bench. Yeah, I explained it to you already for that.
Yeah,
Okay.
we had the conversation, yeah.
Yeah. Like I said, I feel bad because we can't get any judges or DAs around those times.
We haven't gotten a fair amount of paralegals though, so hopefully we can get some lawyers around during these times. That'd be good.
Yeah. Like right
4
now,
new paralegals, and Snow is one of them.
Right?
Right, Snow is actually a lawyer, yeah.
Or like an hour from now.
What was that?
So he's normally around this time in like 3 or 4 hours in the future.
Oh, Reed?
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's right around the time when I met him, was right about like an hour from now. He said that he just woken up.
Okay. Yeah, if we can grab something, maybe call. Oh, let me check who it is. I don't want to mess up the name.
So if a cop's being toxic about jumping charges, like apparently they're being very toxic even to judges. So if that's the case, then
Kazzetti.
is there a way to
We might be able to
A
call
healthy way.
Kazzetti for that.
go about dealing with this?
Or if the bond comes around, maybe her. we could work on it. I'd probably talk. I'd send something out to Gazzetti.
'Cause
See if I
don't
can
think
get something
something punitive would be healthy.
around this time. But just ask him for like another week. If he doesn't get any back to you in the week, I think we might. Like, I don't want to drop it, but at this point, it might need to get dropped.
Well, let's see.
If
When
he
did I text
he's
him?
not even getting back. When was the last time he messaged you?
Alex Ray. I have so many text messages. Last time he messaged me was on the 14th of last month. Last time I texted him was last Monday.
Okay, give it 7 more days. Well, if he responds to you, I'm gonna reach out to Gazzetti, see if she can grab any like late night ones, because I don't think I need any. I need to look at this case. I don't think I need any witnesses myself.
What's a possession charge? So yeah, we don't really need witnesses for it.
Yeah, I don't think we need any witnesses, just owning it. So yeah, I mean, if you get a hold of him in the next 7 days, I'll try to get something set up with Gazzetti or Esteban if I can get a hold of her. Because Gazzetti told me if there's any time that you need, like any like odd time that you need a judge, just email her. So I'll probably do that. Because this should be done by now, and I feel bad for like delaying this one for so long.
Oh, I mean, that's fine. What was it? There's the Vol case has been like what, 2
Yes,
months?
that one too.
It's been a while.
No, not 2 months. It's like 40 days. I don't know if I want to talk about that right now.
Oh, sorry, you don't. All right, we'll talk about the bad case.
That one,
Demons.
yeah, that one just gave me a headache. Okay. Yeah, it's nice talking to you guys. I think Jackie and I need to get something done before other things happen.
Okay.
Yep. So,
Alright, well,
nice talking
Sorry,
to you
I'm
too.
assigning myself to this appeal real quick. Give me a second. My fault.
Well, there's the meeting on
Yeah, like-
Saturday, which I'm going to try to head, and we'll see.
What
when we
time
get
is it?
done. What time is it? She said it was for time, but it could be up for change. some shit.
Hello.
Saturday?
The 9th.
At 9, at 10, at 1,
Oh.
3,
Uh,
7,
oh.
When did she rent?
12.
Trevor and I could probably stop by. Probably 4. I could stop
4.
by.
Let me see. Let's see when she actually said for.
When did this was the 26th. $4 p.m. Eastern. Seems a bit early for some people, but
Yeah, I'd say 5 p.m. Eastern at most.
I guess we could do the what's called like a pull share thing with like reply with the number for the time you have are available that day, sort of thing. Also, I want to get in contact with her as well and figure out what happens then. Oh, actually, she listed her number here. Good, I was looking for this.
I wasn't actually
55,
paying
92,
attention at
16.
all on that.
Nine 0 6 2. Yeah, I don't think she's awake right now. Well, anyways.
Okay.
Maria Timmons. Lawyer. Okay,
All right, sorry about that.
you're fine. Let's see.
Alrighty. Well.
You
if we're
ready?
going to- Yeah, we can have it. Nice talking with you, Liz. Good to see you, dog.
Yeah, good to hear from you guys too.
Hope you
All right.
guys have a good night.
Yeah, you as well.
Bye. What did I say you too? I'm fucking...
Okay, I was wanting your help with prepping some questions for a case actually that's coming up. So this is one actually
Okay.
with Diva, but this or Phoebe. But this one should be. I'm pretty confident in my argument. So let's see. What is the? Actually, wait. Let me yell at them so they can answer the case real quick. Wait, no. Where'd they go? Fuck, they went out. Okay. I'll just text them, so that'll work anyways. Let's see, the case number is... What do I have? I've actually written down here. Let me see my notes. This one is for... Oh, I don't have anything written down for it. I don't have anything written down for it. I don't know. Why do I not have anything written down for this case? Should be on the appeal at least. One 303. Okay. One 303 plus 1505. Okay. Okay, move. Alright. Friend Diva, if you're still here, I don't hate BB, by the way. Let's go. I think they got off the wrong foot. Or unless. I said I think I heard from Emma or listed that Phoebe thinks that Liz hates her, and I was like, no, I don't. He doesn't hate her. They got off on the wrong foot, and we had that we had the conversation recently with where we were discussing the case anyways, which I thought was very what do you call that? Reconciliatory a bit. She thinks all lawyers hate her? I mean, I'm sure some lawyers hate her. I mean, people like to gossip. That's how it is. And they actually did go around talking shit about her. Because Liz has heard as well that there's Oh, the DS office. We don't have problems with the DS office. I'm like, is like anyone in particular? Well, well, there's this. There's like one person in particular. That would even better. All right, that's toxic then. It's spreading too much. I didn't think there was that much toxicity about it. She's very assertive. Direct? I mean, being direct, I feel like that's almost subjective in certain ways. Like I'm very much so I prefer bluntness, but bluntness isn't necessarily directness, sort of thing. True. Most people don't prefer that's always been strange to me. I mean, like, it's just so much more efficient if you just like tell me rather than beating around the bush about it. So that way we can actually have like a discussion about it, sort of thing. Very much so, I agree with that. Awesome, but bad. Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Let me see the case. Make sure you review what happened from the case, at least from what I heard from them. This case, let me see actually what they wrote in the report. Well, this is a really small report because it was a Wrangler report, so let me. You will probably in the future have a fair amount of Wrangler cases. It's pretty common. Wrangler doesn't do the best reports. Oh, 05. It says Randy Wrangler witnessed a vehicle illegally parked. He attempted to get the passenger out, but he refused several times. Once he did get the passenger out, Wrangler tried to cuff him, but he refused again. Wrangler had to use other methods to detain him, but he was able to. Winky face. The driver of the vehicle got out of the car, but refused to hang up her phone while Wrangler was trying to conduct his traffic stop and arrest the passenger. She was told she was under arrest, but she still refused to put her hands up. Wrangler tried to arrest her, but she resisted cuffs. The meters were not paid. The passenger is JM, driver is Kira Song. Both pled no contest. Okay, so what I'd heard from their side of things is what had happened is that they had seen a trooper car with their lights on that was behind them, and it had quickly turned its lights off after the lights were on. And so they went and they pulled over to the side, and the trooper pulled in behind them. The trooper waited 1 minute, and then he got out and said he was charging them with illegal parking after they'd pulled over in front of a meter.
I'm sorry, but that sounds like entrapment.
That's what's going to be my argument as well, because it's very strange that what he had said in these cells was that he had had his lights on from a previous call, and so he was turning them off then. But it wouldn't make sense why he would pull in behind them after they pulled over, and then wait a minute to then say that they had illegally parked whenever they were believing they were being detained at the time.
I don't know. Something doesn't smell right about it.
What was that?
Something does not smell right about that case.
I agree. No, I was actually. Remember, I was down there, so I was like, Wrangler, were you beating them? And he said he wasn't, but I don't know. Wrangler likes to escalate situations. He does it a lot. But regardless, I don't think that having had your lights on, and then having pulled over behind somebody, to then wait a minute and get out and charge them with illegal parking. I don't think that doesn't seem like a legal detainment in that instance. Those people were trying to comply with what they believed they were being pulled over. Everything they did afterwards, yes, they definitely did those things afterwards, and there's probably not too much I can argue about that. The only argument I might have had is that the girl is getting charged with resisting and failure to obey, and I thought that may have been potentially stacking just a tad with the with her just having resisted in general. But I can definitely see the argument for both of those being a thing, but that'd be the only other thing I could possibly argue. But I feel it might detract from the point of the original pull being pulled over, which I think is very important to be focused on. And so, for this case, it looks like it's probably going to be scheduled for this Sunday. And so I want to prepare some questions for it so that everything goes smoothly and all that. Preparing questions for a case, I mean, whenever you have an idea of what you're going towards, like what the argument is, and whenever there's very few witnesses, it usually doesn't take too long for the case to go on for and for questions to be prepared either. Like the witnesses, let me get my template. Where's my template? Trials question template. There it is. Oh, did it not text turn? That's weird. Alright, this is, oh, the formatting didn't stay, but this is what I use for a template for the questions I have. The main thing is I have a section for notes, an opening statement, questions for the different witnesses, and then a closing statement. It's pretty straightforward. And just like something separating those between those. I would like to. It might be. That might be easiest actually. If we have a Google Doc, so that way we could both see the questions together. Let's see. Or do you have any experience using Google Docs at all?
So,
Okay. Let me see. Would be cool. AM plus Curacao trial template. Normally I like you guys being able to see the questions as well, but I think it's very important to train paralegals in like how to go about writing questions and whatnot so that they don't feel overwhelmed whenever they do have to come up with stuff and they have an understanding of how it works. So I will be doing this in Google Docs. I guess you guys, if you really wanted to, you could see the Google Docs with us. Let me see. Let's see. I mean, I guess I get this texture link. I don't need to. That works as well. Let me see. see, can I give... How do I give editing access? Were you able to copy that?
Pardon?
I sent you a text. Oh wait, no, that's right. Slower. Speaking voice slower. Sometimes when I'm very focused and wanting to do things, I end up speaking too fast.
Okay, I got it.
All right. I guess I can just give everyone. Sure. Let me. All right. Where's that next? All right. Okay. So for the, let's see, I usually don't like starting off with an opening or closing statement because for me those are usually the hardest ones to do. And I feel like my opening statement and closing statement kind of, I end up finding them somewhat after writing questions. But the general questions will be, let's see, first write down who the questions are for. So let's see. Questions for Wrangler. Questions for Kira. And do we need questions for Jay? Think about that. So in this one, we are probably going to have to call Kira to the stand as she was the driver, so that she can say, yes, I was under the impression that I was being pulled over, that sort of thing. I'm not sure that we need to call Jay to the stand. There's not too much more, well, I don't think there's anything necessarily. It's usually almost always a bad thing to call your client to the stand, because it oftentimes your client will just say very not the smartest things on the stand, and they'll end up implicating themselves pretty easily. In this case, we have a trooper and just his word given about what had happened, but usually that is good enough for someone to be found guilty on, unless there's something very outrageous that the trooper said, or there's the credibility of the trooper is questioned. But I don't think there's necessarily any reason to ask questions for Jay. Yes, okay, I don't think there is. So we'll just be asking questions then for Wrangler and for Kira. Are you aware of how a court, like in general, goes and about like what kind of questions might be able to be objected to, that kind of stuff?
No, sir.
Okay, well, I can teach you. The way, see, the very basics of basics. So the basics of basics is that you have prosecution and you have defense, and then you have the judge. The prosecution is bringing forward the case bringing the case forward, and the defense is defending themselves in regards to that. We would be the defense in this scenario. The judge acts as a neutral arbitrator between the prosecution and the defense, and then makes a judgment in regards to whether or not the person is guilty or not guilty of the crimes that were alleged. The person as well, the first thing that happens is everyone gets in their spots, have the the defense is always on the left side, prosecution is always on the right, judge is always in the judge stand thing. And the judge will ask your client, the defendant, are you pleading guilty or not guilty to these charges, or what are you pleading to these charges, sort of thing. And the person will say, I'm pleading not guilty to this charge, and they might say, I'm pleading guilty to this charge. In this instance, we will be having them plead not guilty to everything, because while they definitely did all the other stuff, the illegal parking, I don't think they did. And because of the fruit of the poisonous tree, which I mentioned yesterday, we can have everything that happened after that thrown out, because the stop itself was illegal in the first place, the detainment.
All right.
And so our argument is going to focus heavily on that, about why the stop was illegal and about why the trooper may have been entrapping the defendants. The prosecution always goes first. So what happens is they will call witnesses to the stand, and they will ask questions to their witness. And then after they ask questions to their witness, we will get a chance to do what is called cross-examination. And that means that we get to ask questions in regards to the scope of the questions asked by the prosecution. So that may not make a lot of sense at first, but what that means is, like, let's say if the prosecution were to ask, what did you see at the crime scene? And the trooper were to give a description of what they saw. We could then ask questions of, did you see this thing specifically at the crime scene? Or was this not seen at the crime scene? Was this thing never seen? That sort of stuff like that. Because the crime scene and what they saw had been brought into scope. Is that understandable at all? Or do you need me to explain?
Yes.
Okay. So we can only ask questions in regards to what is in scope. We cannot ask questions as to, the trooper, what did they have for breakfast that morning? Because that's not in scope. There are a few things that are always in scope, but we don't need to go over those right now. We might actually for this case. Rights violations are always within scope. So in this case, we believe that their right to, their privacy not be detained and searched and all that was violated because the detainment itself was not legal. And that is the argument we'll be making. So the prosecution will call Wrangler to the stand, and they'll ask him questions about what had happened for the case, and he'll give basically a rehash of the report he gave, but with more detail. People can't go into narrative, what is called narrative though. What narrative means, narrative means telling a story about what happened. So they can't say, first of all, I was just out on patrol and then I saw someone, I saw someone, they look kind of suspicious, so I pulled them over and then I was like, and then I asked them out of the car and I did this and that and whatnot. They can't give a story that is referred to as narrative. They're giving a narrative description of the events that happened. And so we can only ask direct questions. What direct questions mean is that we can ask questions like, was this person a trooper? But was this person a trooper? Were you out on patrol that day? Did you see anyone committing a crime? Did you pull anybody over? That kind of stuff. That kind of stuff can be asked, but they can't tell a story about what happened. That's very important. So we have to ask questions to let them tell a story through the questions that are asked. And that's what the prosecution will be trying to do for Wrangler. Now, our job as for asking him questions on cross-examination will be to poke holes in his story. Poke holes here and there saying, was this really the correct decision here? Or you maybe have a different other intentions here? Maybe something else that you were thinking that they might have been suspicious, and so he just pulled over to try and find something in their vehicle. Stuff to make him kind of look bad. Question his credibility, that kind of stuff. And with cross-examination, there is one very important thing, and that is that you are allowed to ask leading questions. Now, normally you're not allowed to ask leading questions. Normally. A leading question means that... That's a good example of that. Oh, did you pull them over because they committed a crime? That would be a leading question right there. You see the because, or did you pull them over because they committed a crime part? That makes the question leading, because you are putting the answer inside the question. Do you see what I mean?
Yes.
Okay. So the prosecution will not be allowed to ask leading questions. They can ask, did you pull this person over? But they cannot ask because they committed a crime. They can ask after that question, what was the reasoning for why you pulled this person over? And they can do that. But they can't give the reasoning to the person inside the question. That can be objected to as leading. During cross-examination, we are allowed to ask leading questions. And the reason for that is because the person is... cross-examination is inherently asking, is that really true? Which is a kind of a hostile action. And so the witness is assumed to be hostile. And for that reason, you can ask them leading questions because a hostile witness will kind of weasel around a bit. They'll be very evasive with things. And if you were to ask them direct questions, they'll often give evasive answers. And so you have to ask them leading questions sometimes in order to be able to get the answer you're looking for. And so we would be allowed to ask questions of, let's see, would be a good leading question to ask him. Did you pull them over because you thought they had committed a crime? That would be a good question actually to ask them for us, because I don't believe he did think they had committed a crime at that point in time. And so he'd, and he might try and weasel a bit for that kind of answer. Actually, let me write that down. That might be a good question to ask him, but help you fit in the middle. That's not what I want to do exactly. Sure. Where is it? Wait, why is it? That's what I'm wondering. Please state your name and rank. For the court. Okay. So this isn't as important when we are on cross-examination, but it is very important when we are asking questions on direct. Oh, okay. Well, let me go over the full procedure of the court case. So after the prosecution asks questions to the witness, it goes over to cross-examination, where we get to ask questions about the different questions they ask during cross-examination. After that happens, it then switches over back to the prosecution, and they get to ask questions about the things that we asked during our questioning. And then it goes, this is kind of dependent on the judge whether or not this happens, but then it can go to what is called recross, where then we get to ask questions about the questions that they asked about, sort of thing. It's kind of like switching turns, so to speak, until everyone doesn't have any more questions that are relevant, basically. And the scope will get smaller and smaller each time. After that happens, then any other witnesses the prosecution will call, or the witness gets down, and either they call another witness, or they rest their case. Resting your case means I am done with my turn, basically. My side's done. And after the prosecution does that, it will then switch to the defense's side. The defense can then call a witness to the stand, and they get to ask them questions on direct. And then after they ask them questions on direct, it then switches over to the prosecution for cross-examination, meaning that they get to ask leading questions to the witness that you brought up. And then, then you get to do redirect and then recross, and so on and so forth again. Until then you have no further witnesses, and then the defense will rest. And then after that is done, usually a closing argument will be given by the prosecution, followed by or closing statement, I should say, by the prosecution, followed by the defense. Usually the judge will give usually like 5 to 10 minutes for that to be prepared, for any changes to be made, that kind of stuff. And then after that closing statement is given by both sides, the judge will go in and deliberate. Then after deliberating for so on and going over the evidence and whatnot, the judge will come back with a verdict. And they will give if this person is guilty or not guilty, and they will usually also give their reasonings for why they ruled in this manner, that kind of stuff. Followed by, generally, a judge will open themselves up for questions afterwards. But it is very, very important that you do not interrupt a judge during their verdict. That is considered very, very disrespectful and improper. And that you don't make any shows of opinion regarding the verdict while the verdict is being given. So if like it's this person, I find them guilty, and they're like, that'd be very improper. And that's a breach of the code of ethics for lawyers in general. It's considered very disrespectful. And contempt of court can actually be given for it, depending on if the judge is like very mad over it. But basically, the judge will give their verdict. Try not to do or say anything during that time, and then afterwards you can ask questions of the judge usually. The judge will say no, court is closed, that sort of thing. Or adjourned, that's the right term. Court is adjourned.
Okay.
And that is the process of court. Now, I know that's kind of a lot to take in all at once. But that's the process for how trials go. And it sounds like it's a lot. In practice, it's really not too much. It's pretty straightforward in practice. There are some things, though, that are very useful. Like, what would be the term for this? There are ways to be very tactical about asking certain questions, like the way you ask certain questions or the different questions you ask, as well as making objections to the other person's questions. So the court, it's very interesting. I kind of felt it in the way there's really like a spirit behind it, where I can kind of feel the intentions of the people who came up with the system for how it is run and how it goes about it. They really wanted there to be no like closed door conversations. They wanted everything to be out in the light so everyone could see it. And they wanted everything to be very open and unopinionated. So for that reason, you can kind of treat the court like almost like a computer that can't make assumptions. It can only understand facts. And so for that reason, we can only ask questions that pertain to facts, generally. There are some exceptions to that, though. But for the most part, we can only ask questions that pertain to facts. So we can ask them about what happened, when it happened, and why it happened, because those would be factual statements that would be given. But we can't ask them questions about stuff like if they believe why they believe the person may have done it, that kind of stuff like that. That is what is referred to as speculation, and that is an objection. Speculatory questions are seen as it's not very good in court. And the only time speculation is allowed is if it's given by an expert opinion. An expert opinion means that, let's say if somebody is a cop, they would probably be able to give an expert opinion regarding cop things. They would know how their service weapon works. They would know how to drive a police vehicle, use the sirens, pull people over, just general police stuff. They would be an expert in that. If somebody was, I don't know, a good example, an engineer, they'd probably be able to give an expert opinion regarding engineering stuff, that kind of thing. And so the judge is not those things generally. And so they do not have an expert opinion regarding those. And so for those reasons, people are allowed to call witnesses to act as expert witnesses to give the judge a more informed opinion about how to rule in regards to certain facts and evidence. No, I know that's a lot to take in, so...
Yeah, it's a little bit too much.
Okay, that's too much. Sorry, I didn't mean to do too much for you.
It's okay.
It's a lot easier to kind of experience and get a feel for yourself. I know it's a lot of technical information, though, at first. But it's a lot easier than it sounds, generally. Alright, so I'll try not to get too technical then with the certain things. Instead, I'll just ask for your help regarding coming up with questions.
Well, I'll see if I can help.
Okay. That's fine if you're not. Even just understanding the process of how to go about asking questions and whatnot. If you can get a feel for that, I think that's also good. Actually, we're probably not be asking questions on direct, so... Probably during cross. Let me think about the questions I want to ask him during cross, then. What was her reasoning for pulling over behind the vehicle of the defendant? What was, missing? So, the first question I'm thinking of is, what was her reasoning for pulling over behind the vehicle of the defendant? Because I'm trying to think of... I don't think he had a reason in doing so, honestly. And so I want him to admit that on the stand, basically. Because if he doesn't have a reason, then it's not a proper stop. Let's see. How long did you wait before after pulling over behind vehicle? What was your Did you believe the defendant was pulling over full view. Yeah, okay, it's close to speculation, but it's not. It's not exactly that. Let's see. Did you witness the defendant committing any crimes before they pulled over? See, did you have your... Did you have your lights on? Lights of your vehicle. On at the... At any point for pulling them. What was the reason your lights were on? Why your lights were on before? Did you think it possible? Do you believe it to be possible to misunderstand your lights having been on as you pulling them over? Someone over. Or do you? Let's see, did you? Allowed to ask any questions? Do you have any questions about the questions I'm writing here?
Not really.
Okay. what I'm trying to do by asking questions is I'm trying to make an argument by asking these questions, as well as through the answers the witness will give. And so this keeps them. I'm trying to make the argument that there could have been a misunderstanding. Okay. Let me see. Won someone over. What other questions? What other questions do I want to ask? I think I've made my point pretty clearly, but oh, I didn't ask a question. Probably want to change that to not be question 1, actually. Probably want to change it to be question 8. Actually, wait, did I? Okay, here's a funny question. Is there a reason why you did not pay the meter? Did you pay the meter? That's a good question, actually. So he's trying to claim that it was legal parking because they didn't pay the meter, right? Did he pay the meter for his own vehicle when he pulled over behind them? It's a very good question, actually.
What road did this traffic stop take place on?
I believe it was actually right out front City Hall. Specifically, I believe it was over there to the left, right over there.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, he said he had his lights on from a previous call, but he had switched them off. They believed that they were being pulled over, and so they pulled over to one of the meters. He pulled over behind them. He waited 1 minute, he said, before getting out and charging them illegal parking. Now, he pulled over behind them, but did he pay the meter for his own vehicle? I don't think he did, right? And if he pulled over at the same time as they did, then he should also be guilty of illegal parking for that same reason. Alright.
I feel 1 minute's not long enough to, if there's conversation and stuff going on inside the car,
That's a very good point as well. Actually, that's a very good point.
it's not a very much long time to get out and hurry to the meter to pay it.
I think so as well. It's actually a very good point. Let me write that down. Should be questions for how do I phrase it as a question though? It's a good question.
I mean, they could have had a heavy conversation going on, or there's a lot going on in their lives that they were discussing, or a lot on their minds. Anything could have distracted them from getting out of the car immediately after parking and going and paying the meter.
I agree. And if they were still in the vehicle and hadn't gotten out, is it really legal parking at that point in time? It sounds like it's pulling over. Now, if they were like on the red or something, I could maybe see that, but at a meter? See, I'll put in the notes for now, I guess.
I know from experience, I've pulled over at meters several times. I didn't get out of the vehicle immediately, but I did pay the meter whenever I did get out.
The car.
I mean, I sat there for a minute or two to try to figure out why I'm where I'm at, especially with a lot going on. So it's possible to get sidetracked a little bit.
In such a small time frame. Waited. Shows an attempt to shows an unreasonable distrust. To pull over behind someone with the belief that they won't pay the meter. Yeah, he also said that he had waited 1 minute before charging him with that, meaning that he pulled over behind them with the expectation that one, he was going to charge them, and two, that they were not going to pay their meter. That seems pretty unreasonable.
I'm sorry, but that sounds like premeditation, no?
Yeah, he was planning to charge them before they had committed a crime. But I don't think there was any reasonable suspicion that they would commit a crime by that point in time, right? Because they were just pulling over to a meter. And the way I'm going to try and get him on that is I'm going to try to get him to explain why he pulled over. Because I don't think he had a good reason for pulling over. Let's go. Let me get the questions for you guys so you can see them so far. Oh, what? That's horrible formatting. Why is it like that? There we go. These are the questions I have so far. Let me see. Yeah, it really feels like he was just looking for someone. Kind of, honestly, it sounds like he was like in a bad mood and he was just like looking to charge somebody with something. Kind of what it sounds like. Maybe I should ask some questions about that. Whether or not he was in a bad mood from having. Actually, that's a very good point, huh? He had said his lights were on from a previous call, but he had turned his lights off, meaning that the last call was somehow not dealt with by him in some way. You think it might be possible that he had lost like a vehicle or something like that, and so he was just looking to get someone else to.
Or he was a secondary vehicle on a call.
That's true. That as well. Is that relevant? I wonder. I can definitely make him look bad by it, but I'm going to do it. I love asking questions like that. I love attacking people's characters. It's so fun. Um, let's see. Did
How
you?
long do we have to prepare for this case?
What was that?
How long do we have to prepare for this case?
It should be on Sunday, I believe. So we have a few days. Let's see. We've been at this, what, like about an hour now, I think. And I think we've gotten most of the stuff out of the way, honestly, because I don't have too many questions for Kira. The basic questions are just going to be, did you believe that you're being pulled over? And what's it called? After you saw the lights of the vehicle, or did you see the lights of his vehicle on? And you'll probably say stuff like that. Let me do that real quick. Did you witness the lights of the trooper's vehicle being on? What was your...
I was only asking because I have to go take a food run here pretty soon.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Yeah, that's probably a good talking point. So...
Okay. Yeah, I just need to go for food and I can be back and work on something else if you want.
Okay. Yeah, sounds good to me. I wasn't sure if you were getting... This might have been a bit much after. I know I had explained quite a bit to you, and that was... I try not to overload people too much with information about how court works right off the bat. I try to, but sometimes I mess up.
No, I was just trying to think of going off the stuff that you were saying, what Wrangler put in the report. What trying my best to help out. I just don't know how.
Well, thank you. You're helping out. I hadn't considered it as well that whether or not, like, is it really like reasonable to expect someone to pay the meter within a minute? You have a very good point. And if that's the case, why didn't the trooper himself pay the meter after waiting there for a minute, right?
Well, I have real life experience of not getting out right away to pay the meter. So, the only reason it came up. Other stuff could have been going on. They could have had too much on their mind, or you never know what's going on.
Yeah. Maybe they just stopped to text somebody real quick, that sort of thing.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go make a food run. Are you wanting anything?
I'm fine right now. Thank you, though. Appreciate you.
All right. I'll be back as soon as I can.
All right, I'll see you then.
All right. Thank you.
See you. Should I wait? Should I be doing a food run over? I mean, usually I'm very focused right now. I'm very focused. I'm incredibly focused. So I want to do this thing. I don't like switching gears too much. Focus. Let me see. You guys can see the questions I have so far. How long did you wait after pulling over behind the vehicle? Did you believe the defendant was pulling over for you? Had you witnessed the defendant committing any crimes before they pulled over? Were the lights of your vehicle on at any point before they pulled over? What was the reasoning why your lights were on before? Do you believe it to be possible to misunderstand your lights having been on as you pulling someone over? That's a little bit. I don't like this. This is kind of convoluted. This question. Now that I read it out loud, it's kind of convoluted. Am I allowed to ask hypotheticals? Is there anything inherently objectionable about hypotheticals? What was the reasoning for pulling over behind? That one's so funny, man. Did you pay the meter for your vehicle after pulling over? That one's so funny to me. Oh wait, I didn't make that all white. Wait. There we go. What? What is it? So I use these, or the double hashtag to represent if the person's being weaselly. Why did you not pay the meter? So if he's not wanting to say why he, if he just says like yes or no, then I can further elaborate with this sort of thing. That's gonna be alright. I gotta go on. I gotta go on. It's gonna be great. Actually. Before I ask this question, I would like to make the trooper aware that they have the right to plead the fifth at any time. ... Did you pay your meter? Did you pay the meter for your vehicle after pulling over behind the defendant? Is aware of their rights. Are you aware? Are you aware that did you pay the meter for your vehicle after pulling over? Okay, there we go. Alright, that's a good one. I like that one. So either I could do it before that question, or I could do it at the very beginning, where I'd be like, I would like to... I would like the... Let's go to... I'd like the... to make sure the trooper is aware that they have the right to plead the fifth at any point in time during this trial. So I can either do that right from the beginning, or I can do it right here. What's better? That's a good question. see, we'll do Wrangler trial prep. Or trial prep for Wrangler case. There we go. Title change. From Dirk. Oh. What was the person as well? Alexandra or something? Oh, who's wanting to quit? Let me check. No, the list. No search function. One 404. Was it Alexandra Langley? I spelled it wrong. Oh, me. You were quitting. that you were quitting. Okay. Hmm. Oh, and Mirror's Path, thank you. I appreciate you. Okay. Other than that, okay. Message those two. Forgot to message back the schizo guy, that's right. Oh, I also forgot to... That's right, I need to file that appeal as well. I need to do a lot of things. Okay. We have a judge and was your... And I think we would need to appeal. I was told that if Jordan was acting in an official capacity, that we would need to file an appeal to overturn that decision before swinging. Going to speak with his office about doing that. Hello?
Привет, Mr. Bajek. It's Zaitos. So, it's easier for me to talk through my Bluetooth than it is to text you because the way I'm making money right now is salvaging and scrapping.
Okay,
So it's very hands-on.
I get it, that's fine.
So can you just kind of put this into layman's terms?
Yes.
Like, kind of what everything is going on, what has happened?
Yes, so if Jordan, was this at an open court, whatever he took your...
Yeah, it was open civil court.
Okay. If he did this while acting in his capacity as a judge, then that means it was a judicial decision. And
Okay.
those can only be overturned with an appeal.
Okay. So, we're obviously doing that.
So we have to make an appeal saying that we don't think this decision was correct, and that this needs to be looked at by someone else.
I mean, from what I've told you and what you've seen and the records that were shown, I mean, I'm pretty sure it wasn't.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm saying we have to do it in this way, though. Before we can sue him, we have to first say that have someone else say that his decision was wrong, basically.
Okay. Did the other judges agree with you? When
I
you
didn't want
talked
to
to
explain.
them?
I didn't want to explain the case to her because if I do so, then she can't rule on it if it ever comes to it.
Oh, okay, that is fair.
Yes.
So what would be the next steps?
I need to speak with someone from the DA's office about filing an appeal against a judicial decision, as they would be the ones to mainly handle that.
Okay. I know I talked to one DA, so I think he would be what they call, I don't know what the word would be. Harry something.
Harry Hardy. Yeah, I know him.
So I talked to, I kind of like ran into him the other, like when I get fired on the first day and explained everything. And he kind of knows what happened. So he might be, I don't know.
He might be the person you want me to talk to, is what you're saying?
If I had anyone to talk to, it'd be Phoebe.
Phoebe? Okay, I can talk with Phoebe about this. That's fine.
Because Phoebe, I mean, did I tell you that he told me that I'm not allowed to ask for legal representation?
What?
The judge, when I got brought into surprise court, I asked for a lawyer, and he said I could not request one because it's a civil court.
Oh, you technically only have the right to a lawyer whenever you're being charged with a crime. So if he wasn't charging you for a crime, then...
I mean, I was getting sued, and I still wanted legal representation because it was a surprise lawsuit, and I don't really know the laws in this country.
Yeah, you don't have the right to legal representation if you're getting sued for civil court, sadly.
Oh, that's kind of lame.
Yeah, I mean, but it's, the state doesn't have infinite money, so they can't just be handing out lawyers for...
That is true. But they ended up suing Sam's anyway, so they didn't even really sue me. They sued Sam's.
Huh.
Yeah. So I technically didn't get sued. Sam's got sued. But the whole thing is very confusing. But you can look at that the person that sued me was awarded $15,000 from Sam's.
That's
not
so much?
From myself.
Wow, that's crazy, actually. For what?
So I hit this guy with an ambulance, but the thing is that I had a headache at the time and I didn't see him.
Oh, don't use this argument.
So, I got sued because of that. And the guy he's an insurance scammer. And, I mean, you can talk, I can give you, if you talk to my partner that day, who's a ranger, Dutch McGuinness, he was there on scene. And when he looked the patient over, he had no injuries. He had no bruising, no bleeding, no scratches, nothing. And when offered to get hospital treatment, he denied. And he walked up and, walked away like nothing happened.
Well, then what was he suing over?
That I hit him with an ambulance.
Well, yeah, but that's not something you can just sue over. You have to, suffer somehow from that in order to be able to sue for it.
Yeah, he was suing for injuries, which he did not have.
Oh, well. If he doesn't have any records of any injuries being sustained, then there's nothing you can...
Well, he still got awarded money. That's the thing. And I still had my weapons license revoked.
Huh.
You can call, I will send you, if you'd like, I can send you Dutch McGinnic's phone number, and he can tell you everything that he witnessed as well. Because he was my partner for that day. And for that call.
That's... I don't necessarily need that. I need mainly just the... what's it called? Because we're appealing mainly the decision to take away your weapons license and all that, not that decision itself. Because while the decision was very strange, I don't really agree with... There's no evidence that he was injured at all, and yet he got 15K? That seems very strange.
Yeah, he did get 15K, and that was awarded by this judge.
Oh, my paralegal is here. Do you mind if I put you on speaker?
No, not at all.
Alright.
They need to learn somehow.
Yeah. This is the person who we were speaking with yesterday. I believe you were there.
Привет.
And so he is saying about how the case that we was wanting me to pursue. It looks like this is going to have to be an appeal because I was not aware it was a judicial decision, and so it will have to be appealed as such before we can go forward with any civil suit.
And I've also been told that judges are immune to any anything done against them.
That's not true.
Like,
Who told you this?
I don't even remember it. I was telling one of my it was just a kind of a standard by. He was like, "Oh, you're trying to sue Jordan Steele, a judge. Good luck. Those guys are immune to everything."
Oh well, I mean, it is true in the sense of like that it's a bit of an exaggeration, yes, but judges they get a bunch of extra leeway generally because they're judges, you know what I mean? Like they tend to they have to really fuck up in order to be able to get pressed for it, basically.
Well, would you agree that this is a major fuck up?
Yeah, I would say so. I would agree. Yeah.
Okay, that's all I needed to know.
The basic way to tell if someone is like fucked up in some way, there's actually a term for this that we use in court. It's would a reasonable person have done the same thing? Would a reasonable judge have done the same thing with the same facts and information? And so I don't think a reasonable judge would have.
I mean, granted, like the only thing I can think of him saying, right? Because we now know, or I now know. I say we now know. We now know that I'm a what they would call a survivor of psychological torture, I guess. I can only assume that he would be like, well, this guy had a whole bunch of stuff planted in his head. How do we know that, blah, 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 and trying to kind of flip it on its head and still try to make me look like the person in the wrong, even though it was against my will.
Well, there's no evidence. He didn't have evidence to say that actually happened for you.
No, he didn't. This has only happened afterwards, after I got the head scan and surgery.
Mm-hmm. So with the same facts and information.
And now the problem is resolved.
Wait, you got perjury?
What? I got perjury?
No, I had heard you say you got perjury. Oh, surgery. No. Surgery. Sorry, I misheard you.
Surgery.
Right.
Surgery. Nah, not perjury. I've not forged any documents.
I misread you. But let's see. For that, I just need to speak to someone from the DA's office and see about getting something like that going. That shouldn't be too hard.
Okay, that sounds. I trust in your process, and I will definitely be. If we win this case against Jordan Steele, I will definitely be giving you a good amount of pay for it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you.
I mean, listen. I like I say, I came to this country for better opportunity and to escape the Russian government. If this goes through and to fruition, this will turn my whole view on the judicial system that I'm so used to on its head.
I think I would definitely have some questions as well if something like this is allowed. So.
Is it you, Joy?
Yeah, I'll do my best though. All right.
Okay, I appreciate you.
Yeah, appreciate you too.
Well, no. There.
Bye.
Keep me updated.
Yeah, well, of course. So some people will be very invested with their case, you'll find, and they'll very often ask for updates and whatnot. Usually that isn't like necessarily a bad thing because it shows they're invested, right? They care about their case. But sometimes it can get a bit much whenever you have a whole lot of people doing that. Like for me, I'm usually fine with having a whole bunch of cases, but the thing that ends up getting to me is having to reassure people all the time, okay, I did this and that, and don't worry, this thing's going through, and it's going to take a while. And having to do that every single day kind of grinds a bit after a while. But this guy's very clearly invested, and it's something I can deal with in a pretty fast fashion, so I don't think it's that big of a deal. But speaking of, I do need to talk with someone from the DA's office, so let me see if I can get someone up here. Or maybe a court clerk? Um. Okay. Okay, maybe Jackie? Is Jackie around? As nobody picks up.
No DAs are on at this time?
Chiomi, I think is usually around during this time, but it's been very overworked when we were staging the intervention for him, so he may have actually gone to sleep. Okay. Harry? Oh, I guess I can call Harry, that's right. Harry is the DAD. So there's the district attorneys, and then there's the assistant district attorneys. And he's the district attorney. There's two of them, technically. Maybe Eric? Man, nobody's answering. Feels bad. Yeah, nobody's answered. Reminds me, I need to message Barrett, actually. Okay. Anybody else? Wait, I think there's maybe some new... Man, I wish I had keys. It's kind of annoying not to have keys. Do you think maybe I'd be able to... have Liz added as like a member of DOJ, just so that I can like have keys and go into places sometimes? It'd be nice if I could check if there's anybody on duty, but sadly the systems for that are separate from Mars. Which reminds me, I actually should... wonder if maybe I can be added on to DOJ just so that I can switch to check if anybody's on duty. would I be able to be added on to DOJ in a position doesn't the privileged information? But what if access to on duty and have keys? Should satisfy. Yeah, I was actually trapped for about 3 hours in here because the police had like locked down everything. Apparently there was something happening over at the police station. A bunch of explosions from what I heard.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So, but I made do. I mean, I completed all my messages that needed to send. And then I was talking to Emma for a while. Still being trapped isn't the greatest feeling. We're not satisfied. Suffice. That's word. Smiley face. Okay. Let's see. If you wanted a change of pace, you could. There's actually. Oh, this might be maybe too much of a change of pace, but I was asked to write a contract for somebody. If you'd like to help with that, maybe.
No, thank you. It's
It's too much.
too much too soon.
That's fair.
I do appreciate the offer, though.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were starting to get a little bit tired out from the question writing or not.
No.
Let's see. Oh yeah, there. That's gonna be an interesting one. Remember that case where yesterday you were there for the "you were a hostage now" thing that Storm said? That'll be an interesting one as well. Actually, you were helping me with
really?
questions for that, yeah. Because I was trying to think of their reasoning for that one. Actually, I don't think it's been scheduled yet. I don't like writing questions for stuff until it's been scheduled, because oftentimes things just don't go through. And so unless something's been scheduled, I try not to write questions for it.
Oh, that's the one that they extended the traffic stop and pulled the passenger out and then did all that stuff, right?
Yeah, it's that one.
I'd love to see how that one turns out.
Should be an interesting one. So possibly even a civil. I highly doubt it's going to be criminal, but possibly even a civil case, because I do think the trooper may have kidnapped him at one point in time. Something that cops have to do is if somebody asks, what am I being arrested for? They have to give one charge, just one charge that they're pressing on them, because otherwise it's considered kidnapping if they attempt to transport them.
Okay.
They can drop the charge at a later time, they're not required to press it, but they do have to make them aware of the one charge if they are specifically asked about that. A lot of cops are not aware of that. But if you think about it, can you imagine just like a cop just, just cuffing somebody and just like dragging them away without saying a single thing to them? That'd be pretty scary, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I would think there's pretty good reason to believe I was being kidnapped if that happened to me, right? Like, is this person really a cop even? That sort of thing. And so they are required to give them one charge if they are asked about that.
That's good to know.
Mm-hmm. It's not something that'll probably come up ever, but it just an interesting tidbit. There's a lot of stuff as a defense attorney that you'll find that cops are not super aware of, and they'll mess up very easily. Like a lot of times if somebody is in the vehicle as a passenger with somebody who's committing a crime, the cops will often try to charge that person who is a passenger with the same crime that person did. So if there's a person who's really recklessly evading, they'll be like, the passenger in the vehicle, they should also get that charge. That's not how that works. They're not... you can only be an accomplice if you're helping in some way. So unless that person is, shooting out of the vehicle, like a cop's chasing them, or like giving them like directions on like where to turn to like get away from cops, that sort of thing like that, they can't be charged with the same crime that person did because they weren't helping.
It's also good to know.
Mm-hmm. A lot of cops are not aware of that one. They tend to think, this person was there. This person was there, and they feel like they were involved, so they should also get charged with something, right? But if they never did anything, is it really like, their crime? Yeah, for crimes, there is, I guess, 4 modifiers to crimes. So there is attempted. Attempted means that they tried to do the crime, but they did not succeed in doing so. So, that's where you get like a attempted murder or attempted robbery, that sort of thing like that. And in this state, attempted is the same, or the equivalent to just doing the crime. And so they can be charged with the same thing. Back when I worked for the DA's office, I often advise, if they didn't actually do the thing, you can probably just give them some time off in regards to that if you want to. But it was more of like a up to the trooper sort of thing. There is the modifier of accomplice. And oftentimes, like let's say that somebody kills somebody, a very, very heinous crime, and then they have someone act as a getaway driver for that crime. Is that person who acted as a getaway driver, are they also guilty of killing that person? Probably, but not to the same degree, right? I wouldn't think so, right? They're liable to some degree, but I wouldn't say they're as liable as having pulled the trigger. And so for that reason, they would be an accomplice to the situation of what that person did, but they wouldn't necessarily be liable to the same degree. Now, here we charge them as liable to the same degree, but I would also often advise, that you can take some time off if they didn't actually, do the thing, if you want to.
Okay.
Like, the justice system is actually very fair, it's surprisingly so. And they try to... There are a lot of questions like that that are, like, really gray areas that they try to define, which I think they've done a pretty good job of. I mean, everything can be done better, but I think, for all intents and purposes, they did a very good job of it. Oh, there is also what's called an accessory to a crime. This is an interesting one. An accessory to a crime means, let's say that somebody's like, somebody give me a gun, I'm going to shoot that person. Well, no, that would probably be an accomplice. But let's say that somebody is like a known terrorist or something like that, and they're like, hey, I want to buy some bombs because it's called because I'm going to blow something up, sort of thing. And somebody sells them some bombs. They would probably be an accessory to whatever crime that person did with those bombs, because they would have a reasonable belief that that person is going to commit a crime, and that they would be aiding them in some manner. But they weren't present physically there. That's the biggest difference, is whether or not they were physically there or not. It's called being an accessory. And there's, I'm not sure if you've ever heard this term, accessory after the fact. And so this would be like if somebody comes over and like, hey, I just murdered someone, I need someone to help me hide the body, or something like that. Or I need someone to help me cover it up. They could be an accessory after the fact. Because while they weren't there while the crime was committed, they're still helping the person afterwards to cover things up. And in the state here, accessory is also charged the same as normally does, but normally in the United States, it's not charged the same degree. You can still get a lot of time for it, but you're not as liable. I mean, but I mean, I've definitely seen some interesting things happen. I had someone who was being charged for murder. They were in prison and about to be brought to trial. Somebody, whenever they were being transported to the court, somebody, shot at the cops and managed to break them out and get them, rescue them when they were being brought to court to, to go about seeing their stuff. And they ended up getting charged with accessory to everything that person had done, because they attempted to help them evade the police. But is that person who helped them try to get away, are they guilty to the same degree, the same as the person who actually did the thing? Probably not, and so they didn't get nearly the same amount of time. We're fine. That was a funny one too. Baby vlog was funny. Oh, and CH, all you, thank you for follow. I appreciate you. Or CH action, CH action. Okay, let's see. So there's the little bit for the legal parking case. There's the Brandon Wolf one. That one's kind of interesting. I was hoping that there might be like a reasonable DA to talk about, like this is a bit crazy. Maybe you can like drop this case. But from what I'm hearing, the troopers it now requires the DAs to have judge permission to drop a case, because the troopers have been really whiny and just like about things being dropped. I don't understand why they're so invested with it. Like if they don't do a good job with charges or whatnot, like why would they get so mad about certain charges being dropped or whatnot? But it seems to be the case to such an extent that there had to be a new room placed to stop the DAs from doing so. I don't think that's a really healthy thing that exists, because if people do a bad job, they shouldn't just be able to complain a lot about it afterwards, whenever someone else has to, deal with their fuck up, sort of thing, or to not even acknowledge that they made a mistake. Or I'm not sure like there should necessarily be like punitive measures to harassing the DAs or the judges for dropping cases, but there needs to be something, I feel like, done to. I feel like this is, or I try to think of this as more of my job as the chief of the public defender's office, where I try to make things run smoothly between lawyers and the DA's office and just in general for DOJ. And so right now I'm kind of worried about the way the troopers have been handling some of their cases being dropped. And I'm wondering what I can maybe do to go about potentially solving that issue. But this isn't necessarily lawyer work. This is more managerial work. Do you have any ideas, maybe?
Not really. Just a question, no. I mean, if they were worried that their cases are getting dropped, then why don't they put more time into their paperwork to make sure it doesn't get dropped?
It's a very good point, right? But instead they complain a lot. They complain so much that, and because whenever they complain, they put in so much more effort compared to whenever they do the report itself. The people are like, yeah, I can, and they'll often maybe exaggerate a bit about how much they put in the report about how reasonable it may have been, sort of thing. And because they are very emotional about certain things, people tend to be more likely to make allowances for people who are very emotional at the time. What was it? I remember reading a statistic that people were more happy with an agreement between people if the, not agreement, was like in a trade or something along those lines, if the person who was conducting the agreement or was angry at the time, they felt like they got more from it because the person was angry, that it was more sided towards them. And so based off that, I can make an assumption that if a person is being very angry and irritated over something, someone would be more likely to concede to anything they might be asking. But I think that's kind of toxic though. So I'm trying to think of a way of how we can go about doing this that isn't going to, in a healthy way. Oh, whoops. Did I save it without saving it? I thought I had written more, right? Whoops, I didn't. Oh, whoops. I saved the wrong thing. Whoops. Can I go back? Oh well, it's fine. Okay, so how can I help you learn then? I find that people tend to learn in different ways. What would be the best way I feel to help you learn?
Well, it depends on what it is. Usually I learn hands-on with a lot of explanation behind what's going on.
Okay. So you like being a part of it?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I can do that. See if we get any calls and see if we can go from there. It's a good way to learn too. I'd say that's probably true for a lot of people. Hmm. I see. Ryan got on time. Good, good. But my game will sometimes, or will freeze my computer if I don't get in time. All right. Let's see. Okay, connection failed. What? What? Oh, they're not proud. Okay, I guess I didn't wait long enough. Okay, now it's working. All right, while this loads, let me use the restroom real quick. Whoops, let me take that off. Yeah. This poster. Oh, we should. Change label. Mini cruise. Did I follow this? Pretty sure I did, right? Please tell me I did. Okay. Maybe this is a bad idea. Let me keep the phone. Right. Okay. All right. Let's see.
Hey.
What was I saying? Oh, about how you can best learn. Do you have anything that you are curious about for lawyer work?
A couple of questions, if you don't mind.
Yeah, of course.
I was part of a setup earlier, like a couple hours earlier. Someone took me to the ranger station to do a cell rep there. It sounds like the Rangers are trying to almost press the same charges as PD, but they're not really cops per se. Are they allowed to do that?
It depends on the situation, but usually if they have anything where a person committed multiple crimes that are what's called that are like just relevant to, so if you look at your MDT and you go to the penal code,
Okay.
do you see where it says next to the different charges CC and then I'll give a number?
Yeah.
That means criminal charge. Now for the for stuff like infractions and whatnot, it'll have a VC next to it. For like negligent driving, it says VC 804. That stands for vehicle charge. And for stuff like CS, that means civil suit. So it is a charge for a civil if someone was to sue civilly. Like how much someone could ask for something like that.
Oh, okay.
And for rangers, there are charges like wildlife harassment. It'll say RC. That stands for ranger charge. Destruction of vegetation, that's a very common one that cops like to push. But what that means is that only rangers can push the charge if it, because it says ranger charge. That's what that RC stands for. And only cops can push the charge of criminal charges, which is why it says the CC there. Now they can work together to press both charges. They can do that. But they cannot push each other's charges. There are some exceptions, like if there are no cops on duty, but there are rangers. Rangers can push criminal charges in that instance. But for the most part, they shouldn't be pushing each other's charges unless they're working together.
Okay.
So what was your question earlier about whether or not they should be pushing those charges?
I can't remember what all charges that the Rangers was pushing, but there was a lot of them. Some of them sound like it should have been just strictly PD related.
Were there any troopers there, or any that they might have been working with?
No, just the Rangers.
Was it a warrant by any chance?
Possibly.
So if the troopers write a warrant, the rangers are required to press those charges because the troopers are the ones who press the charges in the first place. So they're just there to carry on with the process. So they can press criminal charges in those instances.
Okay. I think it may have been a warrant, but I can't really remember everything that happened now.
It's very possible they just didn't want to deal with troopers, and so they just did it themselves. And they definitely shouldn't be doing that, because I know I've had charges dropped by the troopers if they are trying to charge ranger charges. They fairly often try to charge stuff like destruction of wildlife. Or no, it was not. It was called deforestation. Or what is it? The destruction of vegetation. That's what it's destruction of vegetation. I've seen probably at least 7 troopers try and charge that by now, and they're not supposed to be doing that unless they're working with rangers. And even that's been ruled to be, unless it's destruction of like a park, where the vegetation has been destroyed. So during a big chase, they can't destroy vegetation if it's just like if they're going over people's like walkways or whatever.
No, okay.
But you are right that it probably wasn't pressed right. And which lawyer were you with?
I believe it was Dirk Hardy.
Okay. I think I've met Dirk once before. But from what I've seen, he's at least very good at communicating with people, which is very good. Oh, and would you like to go to what's called the front, so that way we can help anybody that comes in?
Sure.
Okay, you said he had a couple questions. What was the other one?
I can't remember them all right now.
That's fine.
But there was one guy that said that I can't remember his name. He took me across the street. We was going to do a cell rep until I found out the name of the suspect. I said, I can't, because I got in an altercation with him the night prior. So I had to tell him, hey, I need to leave because I can't do this.
Okay.
And it sounded like he was a little bit upset, but the trooper understood where I was coming from. The lawyer was the one that kind of upset.
You said he didn't know his name?
No. I didn't really catch his name or his number. But
Okay.
he says, come on, I'm just going to grab you. We're going to go do this cell rep. Like, okay. I will let you know that anything for Kareem Saint, I am conflicted on.
That's fair. I mean, I've had I think I've had. No, I don't think surprisingly, he hasn't done anything to me. I don't think I've actually been stabbed or shot once here, which is kind of crazy. That's somewhat surprising, even.
Well, I've had a couple run-ins with him before, and when I got, because I used to work up at the hospital for a while, till they figured out that I really didn't want to be there long-term, so I got terminated. Him and somebody else came up with a couple sledgehammers, tried to force me to eat a hot dog. I told them no, called for security. The second guy swung and accidentally hit Kareem. I think he was going for me. They wound up beating me with sledgehammers a couple times, which is why I was wibble wobbly whenever you see me, I think last night.
Yeah.
Because I was injured. I was pretty much injured. Yeah, anything with Kareem Saint, I will not even touch.
It's very fair. Let's see. I might have had him in the cells once. I try to remember. I don't think I've really ever had him too much. Yeah, not too much from what I can remember. I might have met him like once before or two, or twice.
Well, I've had a couple bad run-ins with him ever since I moved to the city. He tried to follow me up. We followed me up to Hayes one time, yelling and screaming at me. Then he told the police, oh, he was trying to date me. I'm like, nah, that's not how you actually ask somebody on a date. You don't follow and holler and scream and all that bullcrap with them.
Were you the person who was talking?
That was just just after I moved here. I don't think he's actually stalking me now. But I just happened to be on duty last night at the hospital when he came in. I didn't know he was trespassed from the property at the time. Nobody informed me. Nobody told me how to do nothing. Just... And they tried to yell at me about, well, you do know he was trespassed. Like, I didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that seems a bit strange that they would expect you to know that.
You know, I had very little training up there, and then a couple co-workers that didn't really get along with.
Right.
And then, huh?
I'm sorry you had to go through that.
It's all right. It's fine. Whatever. I mean, my idea at the time was just get a job that pays so what and have food and all that till I'm able to get the job I want.
That's fair. Actually, I remember doing that myself before I was a lawyer. I was just working fast food, or actually, I had first come to the city, and I wasn't sure. I was wanting to be a life coach, actually. And I was like, well, until I can kind of get that started, maybe I can just work like at like fast food or something. So I did that for a couple months. But I had some issues with some of my coworkers there, where a lot of them didn't seem to really like me too much, and felt like there was kind of like constantly like a hostile atmosphere. It wasn't very enjoyable. And so I switched to working at PDM. I was working as a car salesman for a couple months. And that was nice, but it's slowly over time, you know, more and more people were more and more of like, it was kind of bearable with the coworkers who I could talk to. But slowly over time, more and more people, or less and less people, I should say, stopped showing up. I was like, maybe I should. I mean, law sounds kind of interesting. And then I had a few of my friends recommend that I should try out being a lawyer. And I took their advice and I worked as a paralegal for a couple months. And I liked it a lot. It was a lot of fun, actually. And I wasn't exactly planning on becoming a lawyer. I kind of accidentally became a lawyer, where I was shadowing under an attorney. A very good attorney, taught me a whole lot. His name was John Penn. Interesting guy. He said he was an ascetic Buddhist, and so he would carry everything he owned with him. Didn't have a car or anything like that. And he'd always walk around barefoot, because he said he had to like have his feet constantly planted on the earth. It was interesting. Very intelligent guy, though. And I was with him and a judge, and we were talking for a good like 2-3 hours, like in a circle. And so he eventually said, you know, when are you going to get your bar license? And so I said, well, how do I know I'm ready? So they asked me a bunch of questions, and I answered them all right. And so then they gave me my bar license. So I wasn't.
Good.
What was that?
That's good.
Yeah, it was an interesting start. I wasn't planning on being really a lawyer at the time, but I think it worked out for me. I was just thinking, you know, I was hoping I could get like a job while at the same time having like some information that I feel like would be useful outside of the job, sort of thing. So I figured, you know, I bet having some legal knowledge would be pretty useful. And so I was working as a paralegal just to try and get an understanding of the law, because I thought it interested me. Well, yep, that's how I started off. So, I feel for you. I mean, I get that. Let's see. Do you have any questions about, like, just... Maybe not, like, legal questions exactly, but the job in general? Like, how it works, or anything along those lines?
I'm not sure yet.
It's fine if you don't. So I remember back when I was a paralegal, a lawyer was like a very like a ephemeral thing. Like it didn't super exist. Like it was like a strange abstract concept. And so seeing the lawyer I was shadowing under work was very interesting to me. I'm like, oh, is that lawyer stuff? Is it? Oh, they know a whole lot about this and that. That okay, I'm understanding. But they're trying to make this kind of argument. Okay, I can see. It was kind of like that. But John Penn, he was great actually. He was amazing for helping me learn. He helped me learn so much. For whatever reason, I feel like I don't actually remember spending that much time with him. Even though I'm pretty sure I did.
Did you get called for many cell reps?
Let's see. I don't think tonight's been pretty slow actually. I don't think I've gotten a single call for a cell rep. There was one person who called asking about how they would go about buying a house for themselves. And, I had to tell them that I believe that there was currently only business property being sold at the moment. And so it wouldn't really be possible for them to purchase a residence. As far as I'm aware at least. It might be possible, but... in that the average price for a business is 300 to 500K. It's quite expensive.
Yeah, that's gonna take a while to save up.
That reminds me. Oh, cool.
I was also looking at buying a house in Polito. You know, away from the city. Little escape away from
Okay.
everything here.
Polito's nice. So, although I have heard there's also a fair amount of crime up there, if that's something you're worried about.
Yeah. Oh, nice little house. It's got like a view of the pier and the ocean and all that. And so peaceful.
That would be nice. Very peaceful out in nature.
Hello.
Hello. See. My ex-wife actually, she also was someone who was like, I really want to live up in Polito to get away from the city, sort of thing.
I haven't really looked around here for a house that I actually liked. it would be nice and peaceful.
Maybe up in the Vinewood area. I could definitely see some houses there being extremely peaceful.
All right, I'll have to look the next time I go out.
Yeah, the Vinewood Hills. It's like directly north of where we are now, the city hall. In those areas, they have some nice houses there.
Okay. I've seen a few. I haven't seen too many.
Very popular lately. City does have a charm to it, but it's very orange, and I'm not sure people like orange too much. Sorry, what was that? What was that? Didn't hear you.
Nothing.
Okay. Let's see. Alright then, let's see. I do have some work can be working on. Let's see. I need to do contract for 2 block. I need to do talk with the DAs, if possible. And I need to talk with a judge. Oh wait, I was supposed to do that as well. Me look about that. Look in the mountains. Oh, you're looking to RP? Well, I'm sure it'd be fun to RP with you, whoever your character might be. So I always encourage people, like I was really freaked out by role-playing at first too. Or I'm not sure if you are a veteran role-player or not, but I was very freaked out by role-playing at first. And, but I've enjoyed it quite a bit. I'm really glad that I was kind of...
Is it normally this peaceful this time of day?
At this time of day, usually in about half an hour-ish, I'll get around like 5 calls back to back. I don't know why, but it usually happens right around the time between 6 to 7, right around that time, I'll start to get a ton of calls. But mountains are nice. I enjoy looking at mountains too. Let me see. There is... Well, there really is this, like, oranges. It's not bad, though. I kind of like it around... Sandy? I kind of like it being around Harmony. But Sandy's also quite nice. Lake's very beautiful. Grapeseed's great as well. I love Grapeseed actually. It's beautiful there when you're like fishing in sunset. Very nice. Okay. Yeah, it is very much so a change of pace, or I feel like it very much so is different than most of the other kinds of RP necessarily. Like some people are like very big on doing emotes and whatnot, and emotes and whatnot really do add to XCP's price. Let's see, for the mini cruise case, let me look this up real quick. That, and it's a little bit different whenever you're, well, I mean, I guess it probably isn't that much different for if you're LARPing per se, but when you're playing a character, you know, it's important to, you know, treat the character as not yourself per se, because, you know, they have their own knowledge, their own understanding, their own beliefs, values, morals, that kind of stuff. And while you can have like similar morals and values to you, you don't want to necessarily have the exact ones. You want them to maybe take. Oh, Mouse, thank you for follow. I appreciate it. And see that. You want them to have a little bit different in the. I feel like at least that having different values encourages some level of distance from the character. So that way you can see, okay, this person is separate from me, and it helps you not take things necessarily personally. Because I do feel like sometimes people take things very personally in roleplay. No, you're not spamming. No, of course not. No, I appreciate you. The night. Oh, well, thank you. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, I don't have too often people chatting, so I'm always happy to talk with them. Right now it's very relaxed as well. Like she said. That is Kitty, yes. The paralegal cadet. And AJ, good to see you. I was gonna say, I don't have people too often. J-Dub comes in. Walking in with I'll show him. Always good to see him. Let me see. Oh, we are having, or I'm trying to, somebody else was originally setting this up, but there is going to be a meeting for like the whole of DOJ and all the lawyers and whatnot on the 9th of November at 4 p.m. That might be a little bit early, but I was wondering if there's anything you think that should be discussed, or anything that should be talked about or encouraged, that kind of stuff. Because I have no idea what should be talked about.
Well, maybe some advice and a few pointers for paralegals looking to be lawyers.
A place for
Something like that.
paralegals to find lawyers, you said?
No, advice and pointers and stuff, like what to do in certain situations, I think.
Okay. Tips and tricks thing? Okay.
Yes. That's what.
Okay, I guess that could... That's actually a pretty good idea, because a lot of stuff isn't written down, it's just kind of like shared between, like word of mouth, but having something like that written down could be very useful. Yeah, I get it. That was always good to... It's funny, sometimes I'll see some of my I'll be watching someone else's stream and I'll see some of my viewers from there and I'm like, oh hey. Did I not follow this? 15074.
Other things would be like code of conduct for new paralegals and stuff, and maybe even a dress code for like, doing cell reps and stuff.
Okay. You think there should be a dress code or there shouldn't be one?
Maybe not so much dress code, but tips on how to dress, what's acceptable, what's not.
Okay.
Because I'm not even sure half the time stuff I wear would even be okay.
I mean, I feel like anything that's not like... I mean, back when I was first a lawyer, I was going in like a t-shirt and shorts, so it wasn't like super... It's not usually super enforced. We don't necessarily care too much. It's more that... I wasn't aware of this at first, but people will treat you differently. Very much so, based off the way you dress. And so, if you dress or like very professionally, with like a suit and tie and all that, people will treat you like a lawyer. So that's not. Well, I mean, if you're acting in a lawyer capacity, that's not necessarily like a bad thing. That can be a very good thing, because it can kind of speed things along, and create a certain level of respect, or it's something along the lines where people will treat you as your job title. Let me see. So. One way to go about things. Let's see. Meeting talking points, we'll call it. Talk about a possible or free tips and tricks thing for lawyers and paralegals. Paralegal cadets. Discuss possible dress code or tell reps / trials. Okay. Got down create tips and tricks. I discuss possible dress code. Let's see.
Well, not necessarily dress codes, just tips on how to dress to make people, I don't know, make people see you different, or like you're a lawyer or something like that. Something along those lines. It's kind of hard to explain.
I've never been the greatest at it. I just noticed that whenever I wore like a suit vest and nicer pants, that people would come up to me and be like, "Oh, are you a lawyer?" Sort of thing, with questions, that sort of stuff.
Okay.
I find at least that the tie helps with that, so I'm wearing a tie at least. I got a nice dress shirt. But I also remember being told before about that I got some like backhanded compliments where I'd one day just worn some clothes like this, and someone was like, "Oh hey Lis, when did you decide to start dressing nice?" And I was like, "What? What?" But I'm like, "Oh, okay, this is nice though. This looks good." They're like, "Oh yeah," and so I've been, let's go, dressing more like this. Because I've got complimented a couple of times, basically. Anything else? Let's see. That's not deal actually. He's seen. I think we're having a decent communication issue between this lawyers and DA's office and the judges, and just communication issues in general. So I'm not exactly sure how to go about solving that though. Minimum drama. Honestly, I like drama. I love drama. Being a part of it, watching drama though.
The only thing I can think of is what's actually causing everybody to not communicate with each other.
What's causing? Okay. That is a good point. Yeah, I was thinking if there was a way to fix it, but best way to figure something like that out would be that what's causing this issue in the first place. What the issue is that is causing there to be a lack of communication. A very good point, actually. It's a very good point. One of the things that I love about Purple is I didn't really understand what a community was until I played on Purple, where everything feels like really connected. And I love that about it. Like this one thing you'd heard about, or one thing minor thing you've been part of, ends up like linking to something else, and so on and so forth, and it feels just really connected. And rather than fandoms being toxic, going after each other. Yeah, I would definitely agree. I would hope things stay in character. From what I heard, though, one of the they actually had to make an announcement about this, but they're like, hey, in character issues, you shouldn't be what's called asking the admins to deal with in character issues. You know, deal with them in character. Don't ask out of character for admins to deal with in character issues, sort of thing. And if they had to make an announcement about that, I'm sure there was a fair amount of people who were having some trouble distancing themselves from their character. How to hate properly. Let's see. Maybe there's some things that we should discuss that are like, this is not okay, and we don't want this kind of behavior, sort of things.
That's a good point.
The overseer is up. I have some understanding of that, at least probably a little bit. Give me Lis Bajek. Give me Lis Bajek. That's what I heard. Yeah, something along those lines happened. It's too bad too. I went to bed about like a half an hour before that call happened. It was so close to being there for it. What kinds of behaviors are unacceptable? And that we don't want. In the DOJ. You dislike the other characters because of it? Because of what exactly? Oh, being toxic out of character. Okay, I think I understand now. I'm somewhat bad at making assumptions. Or it's no way to say that. I still make my fair share of assumptions, but on this. Well, Briskin, I haven't interacted with her like twice as an ADA of Lis, but there's no longer an ADA. But I remember it being interesting. Oh, and I've interacted with one of her other characters also as an ADA. I'm pretty sure. Hmm. See, what would I kind of want? Like, I feel like there's issues, but they're not being communicated. I guess someone might have to bring it up, but just general suggestions to improve the DOJ. Or a way to anonymously submit something like that. Maybe like a way to anonymously submit suggestions or something like that. I know a lot of people are worried about possible blowback or whatnot if it's anonymous. There was the I'm not sure if you saw it, Jada. I think the stream, what's called the VOD, is a little bit messed up because I don't know, my computer's acting up. That where I first met was it Trooper Juice, and we were having a very interesting conversation on the phone. That's funny. I didn't see a VOD of that on his channel, Boxer. Wish there was a way to save without having to. Actually, let me write that up. Oh. Okay, general suggestions to improve the DJ. If you guys have any suggestions as well, feel free to chime in. It was so funny. I was watching the other day with he was he didn't care about pissing off Phoebe. That was so funny. I was like, what? Phoebe of all people? She's definitely got some energy. Okay. She's definitely got some energy to her. Well, I'm like, that's not someone I want to piss off. Anonymously submit something like that? Okay. Well, apparently Jackie streams, although I haven't ever attempted to do one of streams, I'll have to do so. But he always sounds like super tired. He didn't used to sound like that. I don't know why he sounds like that now. Honestly, it's the what is it, the 7 a.m. explosion? That's yeah. That's how I know it's 7 a.m. 12-hour explosion ASMR. To the whole ASMR again. Wait, no, I submit some. I don't think we need to discuss what kind of behaviors are acceptable per se, but what are unacceptable. Because I feel like I really don't like there's like unsaid rules. So I'd really like there to be that kind of stuff to be like, okay, this isn't okay, sort of thing. Oh, I like that idea. I think I just thought of a good idea.
What's that?
So you know how I'm not sure if you were there for it or not, but we were talking about some of the lawyers that had been like disbarred or whatnot, or like messed up in some way and had been suspended. What if we were to rate like this behavior, or whenever something like that does happen, we say this kind of behavior is unacceptable, and have it written down so that way if people can read that kind of stuff in the future and say like, okay, don't do this thing, sort of thing. We don't have to name we don't have to name anybody, but just having some kind of like wall or something like that for it. I know Purple does that, right, with the bands, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
So I think it's a very good. We could do something like that. Non-emo was that right? Wrong for some reason. Is she okay? In what regard? Anonymous. Well, where behaviors that people have gotten suspended, disbarred for. Or put. You can't tell me. She did say that, was it something about Kareem Saint being having hurt her? She seems to be doing better now. And I know yesterday she was very anxious around, just like in general. But she seems to have gotten much 7 a.m. explosions, of course.
Is that someone trying to blow up PD or?
I don't see any flashing lights, so it's probably just some sort of towing incident, probably. George Cambrius? Don't think I've met the guy. I think I heard of him today, but I don't think I met him. Stabbed over. Oh, that's the guy who did. I heard about that she was stabbed. Oh, that'd be a good one. I'd really like that actually as well. Discuss some sort of way to let people know your workload. Actually, the 7 a.m. explosions. Are we actually getting the 12-hour explosion aim somewhere? I'm starting to think more and more maybe that I'm not sure if that's doing this anymore. Know your workload, and if it's too much, or if you need help, or if you, yeah. Some sort of, I guess a board, yeah, we can have some sort of board. What is happening right now? What is actually happening right now? Oh my. Are we safe right now? The legendary 12-hour explosion ASMR. Okay, that's... I didn't think it was possible. I was joking about it, but... I don't see anything exploded. I'm scared to go outside.
I think it's air
She scared the crap out
conditioners
of me.
exploding.
Okay. Oof, you spooked me. I didn't see you there. Alright.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're fine.
I think it's air conditioners exploding.
Oh, is that what's happening? I was like, are we being attacked? Is it state under attack or something?
No, I went outside for a little bit and I heard something exploding on the roof. It's like, well, that's where the air conditioners are kept, right?
Why would an air conditioner explode? Air conditioner. Why do they have the capability to explode air conditioners?
I don't know.
Bonfire night? What's bonfire night? I've never heard of that. Oh. You think we could have like an in-character message board? color coded maybe. How would that? I'm not sure if that could be implemented, but all right. I think I was thinking maybe if we could get some sort of like message board for all the lawyers and judges and whatnot. I feel like that could be pretty easy to be able to communicate with each other.
Yeah.
Fox and gunpowder plot thing. Lots of fireworks and big fires and stuff. Interesting. Club's cackling. Does she stream? I didn't see her streaming at all, but discuss setting up. Oh, I wondered. Oh, is that too? I wonder. I was gonna say how communicating all this stuff might be a little bit difficult, but if Snow is around, you know, I'm sure, you know, maybe you could just like, hey, you know, is there any lawyers maybe with any like programming experience? Kitty. Oh yeah, I'm not sure if you saw it yesterday, J-Dub, but Snow made a lawyer character that we hired on. Discuss setting up some or CPU or CPU called? Well, I mean, I don't think you need the greatest CPU for GTA. I mean, I actually have a decent-ish computer, or what I got like a 2060, so not like the best, but for all of EOJ's last time. Alright, look at us doing actual Chief PDO stuff. Oh wait, let me change title actually, because we're not prepping for the case any longer. Alright. See, we'll say big DOJ meeting prep. Sure. Blow up Parliament to restore Papal rule in England. Lots of fireworks and big bonfires. Makes an effigy of Guy Fawkes. Throws on fire. Interesting. I feel like I've heard the name Guy Fawkes before, but insane small streams. Small shrooms can be nice. I see. That's not one. Did they fix that bug? I wonder. Maybe. Oh, yeah, that's right. Place for paralegals. As well as they are accepting legal. To shadow under them. I'm sorry. Is it okay? Like, I've just been kind of doing my thing, but is this fine for you, or can I involve you somehow?
Yeah, if you like.
How can I do that then? I'd like to involve you if possible.
I'm not sure, but
Okay for sleeping. I've been told before that I have a relaxing voice. Well, can I ask? What kind of stuff do you feel like you're good at?
not exactly sure. Most of the time in other cities, I usually work from home. So this is actually the first city I've actually had a job where I had to get out of the house.
And being a lawyer, it's a lot of it is communicating with people and just being around for when you're needed, that kind of thing. A lot of it, so much of it, is communication. Communication is so important. Some jobs you can get away with not communicating too much, but being a lawyer is not one of them. I read you a book. I'll consider it. Okay. Well, maybe not stuff that you might be. What kind of stuff do you like doing then? I find that if you like doing something, you'll get good at it pretty fast.
That's one of the things I'm still trying to figure out as well. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, that's very fair. I get that. Trying to find yourself a bit.
Right.
True for all of us, I'd say. I think I have a good reading voice. I found that people tend to have like a reading voice sort of thing. I don't know. Let's see, Alright, then if what you like is hard to describe, what about the stuff you don't like? Like that's usually pretty easy to know. Is she new? Kitty? I wasn't aware that she was new. I thought she said she'd been like working as a doctor before this. You don't have anything you don't like?
Well,
It's fine. I'm not going to be mad at you if you don't like something.
sorry, I thought I heard footsteps.
Oh, you're fine. Is she? Okay.
The only thing I don't like is driving in snow.
Fair. It's yeah, I've definitely had a couple experiences with that. Didn't bode too well. Where I was up near Sandy and I had to get my car towed all the way back to the city. I mean, that's fair. I mean, this was my first character.
Yeah, a couple hours ago, these roads was covered in snow. Like, I'm not going out there.
Christmas needs to stay in this lane. It's snowing this early in November. We still have the Halloween decorations out.
Well, this is the second time in city that I've actually seen it snow. Like, no, it's too early for the shit. Sorry, but
Oh, you're
it's
fine.
too early for it.
Yep. It is way too early for snow in general, I'd say, but it does look nice at least, right? Snow always looks nice.
Snow's fine for Christmas, and then it could go away.
You don't like snow? You don't like winter?
Not really.
Kind of like the cold, that there's like no bugs. That's very nice.
I'll put it to you this way. I was wearing a, like, very nice vest with an undershirt underneath it that was showing the shoulders and the arms. When it started snowing, I went and tried to find something in the closet to put on. And wound up with this.
That does look very cozy. Kind of looks like the one of those like Chinese things. I'm not sure what they call them. Like one of those. It's like a. Oh, I don't think that's the name. I was going to say like keep how or something like that.
I'm not sure, but it is warm.
Yeah, I've seen she's not the greatest at communicating, so we're trying to really like, drag her out of her shell. We're trying at least. I think we're succeeding. Oh, you said you worked at the hospital, right? Then, see, I've heard this said before that if you could get rid of 90% of your job, what is the 10% you'd keep?
And 90% getting rid of would be the paperwork, but I'm not really good at it.
Fair.
Some of the co-workers that I had disagreements with, they can go too. Or they can stay in their lane. Just don't be around me. That's fine. Some of the patients that I've treated, even officers, was very, very nice. You know, that's a plus to the job, I guess.
Okay. And so the part you'd keep was like the treating the patients part of it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get to know quite a few people. working up there? Because most of the time when you're injured, you have to go to the hospital, right?
Yeah, I'd say so.
So I'd say about to 50 to 70% of the city was through the hospital doors, you know, getting treated and all that. And then you have your repeats, ones that comes in like 2 or 3 times a night. But yeah, treating somebody, trying to make them feel a little bit better, and hoping something that you did at least brighten their day a little bit.
Okay. So you like helping people?
Yeah. And I keep thinking about this one trooper. I don't know how she's doing or anything. I haven't talked to her for a while. But she felt so bad because the night I got attacked with the sledgehammers, she was actually with me a few minutes prior and she felt guilty for not staying. I was like, don't ever feel bad for leaving and doing your job. You also have a job to do. But she actually, well, put me in a bed and helping me to get better and staying with me for a while, making sure I was okay.
She, wonder. Okay.
Well, that
Well,
kind of stuff I miss, but the paperwork side of it, the bad co-workers and stuff, that can all go.
Yeah, paperwork isn't the most greatest or most fun or hiding sight. It's never going to be the case. Actually, some people I've seen actually enjoy paperwork, which is kind of weird to me. I don't see it as possible, but
I mean, once I get used to doing paperwork, I might like it, but for right now, I don't really know how to, like, for billing people, I just put down general treatment stuff and generally treated them, you know.
maybe it's if you're treating it like paperwork, I guess. I would say probably, like, the stuff I was doing was preparing the questions for the trial. I would say that could probably be considered paperwork, but I wouldn't consider it paperwork.
Fair.
See what I mean? So if you have like your own way of defining it, or rather than like generalizing it all as paperwork, maybe it can be more interesting, at least that way. This is wrestling. We're having the. Is it? How is this over? This wrestling? For the thing with the trooper helped you out. Were you happier that she was helping you out, or that she was being there for you, like through it?
Everything she did. I mean, just talking to me for a little bit before the attack, then helping me afterwards. Everything.
Okay. Justice for Sims.
And from what I heard tonight, I hope she's okay. I mean, don't know if she was on duty at the time of whatever was going on, but just hope she's okay.
You know her name? What was that? Anything in mind? Let's see. Okay. Well, the reason I was asking about the is it the which one you appreciated more thing? So have you ever heard of the five love languages?
No.
I believe it is. Listen, words of affirmation, acts of service, time spent together, um, gift giving and receiving. Yeah, I think that's all five of them. Oh, physical touch. And that is generally the five different ways that people will show and receive love. Now, people will have ways that they are like, not really like their favorites, but like the ways that they most receive or show love. So, like for me, I'm very big on showing appreciation for others. So I'll be very big on like words of affirmation. And so I found that, and of course, you know, you have them all to various degrees, but I'd say probably my biggest would be the words of affirmation. And so for you, I was trying to get a read if you enjoyed helping people more, or if you enjoyed spending time with people more.
Well, at the hospital, I enjoyed, helping, trying to help somebody actually feel better where they can get out of bed and go back home, do whatever they wanted to do.
Okay.
I mean, they come in sick, broken bones and stuff like that, or even burns. And anything I could do to help make them feel better, I saw as a win.
Okay. All right. So you have I would say, would you say that you had like a strong desire to help others? Would you say?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I can see that. I would say acts of service is probably a big one for me as well. If that's the case, then that means I can. Well, that means I have a better read on you, and I feel at least seen. Help teach you a bit better because of it.
Well, what I was thinking was stay here like 2 weeks to a month. Learn what I can, see if I like it. If it didn't work out, then try to get a job with PD.
That's an idea, but honestly, you don't really. Would you be able to do that? Like, give people orders and arrest them and stuff like that? You don't. I feel like you're not super assertive.
I mean, I could try.
I guess you could try. Let's try. You could always try. Not for me. I just personally don't like the idea of hurting people. I don't think I could do it for that reason. Tim's gonna go on. I would say that thing the police have is they very they very much so are more not really communal, but like they have their like group sort of thing, and there's a lot of structure in that group. A lot of times people are looking for a structure. Like I've heard the complaint before about the DOJ that there's not as much structure as some people would like. I heard that from my paralegal actually. Let me write that down. That I'd like there to be like some more structure for things. Discuss that. Let's see.
Well, I've had a couple run-ins with some nice cops that, I mean, if you treat them decently, they'll talk to you real nice. It's just when people become, you know, what's the word? Like, disobedient or something. Not exactly that word, but, you know. But the cops actually turn nasty. You know, hey, we gave you an order or something like that. And if you treat them nice, they treat you decent. I mean, they're human beings too. Everybody makes mistakes, right?
Yeah.
I've made a few at the hospital while I was working up there.
Yeah. I've definitely made some mistakes in my time, that's for sure. One of them is probably the reason why I'm here right now, even.
What?
I said one of those mistakes is probably the reason I'm here right now, even. I'm working as a lawyer, at least where I was first learning how to do so. I was making mistakes fairly often. And it got to the point where I was like, just constantly wondering, you know, how, if I'm gonna like mess up with something basic, or if I might forget something and mess up somehow or other, or like what the next thing is that I'm gonna have messed up somehow. And kind of feeling like people were like waiting for me to mess up, and I was like super vigilant, and it wasn't the greatest of feelings. But here it's been a lot easier here, thankfully.
Yeah, I get that. Right now, I'm just basically trying to observe everything that goes on in the cells and then figure out how best to help situations and stuff like that.
Okay.
I guess my problem is just figuring out what the job is and what it requires you to do.
That's the question, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, being a lawyer it sounds like it'd be a simple job, right? But it's very, very broad. Very, very broad. To the extent that lawyers usually specialize in something because of how broad law is. So you kind of have to, from what I've found, I kind of had to learn on the job, sort of thing. And anytime I didn't know something, I'd look something up, and after doing that enough times, you start to say, "Oh, I know that thing," sort of thing. And then somehow I'm here now, where I'm like, "Wait, how did I know that?" How's your RP dreams crust? Your RP dreams crust? Or your dream? Did you RP before? Yeah, injury lawyers or in the contract law, like that's its own thing. Contract law is pretty big for lawyers. Okay. Alright, what have you liked most so far then? About this?
Not really sure. I'm still trying to figure things out.
Okay. Hmm. Goes the wrong way for some character. Always goes opposite way. It's interesting. I'm always so curious about like how what's going to happen sort of thing. I usually don't. This silly. Well, think about that. When there's like a cool cool arc happening or whatnot, I might be like rooting for the character sort of thing. Oh, I want to see them win, but you know, even losing creates RP. Creates a lot of RP actually. Even losing is a good thing. Then let's see. Is there a way you'd like to help in the future or now?
What was that?
Is there a way you'd like to help, like in the future or now?
Yeah, any way I can.
Okay. Just reminded me of Lydia. I want to help, just not in that way, I want to help, but I'm not sure about thing. Lydia's more. Vision says that she doesn't want to help in certain ways, that's suspicious to me. That's suspicious. People have things they dislike. I mean, it's you shouldn't necessarily be looking at things as if if effort is put in, that it needs to be returned in some equal measure, or like there is. If you put in a lot of effort, like the way it's received or the way it's interpreted and all that is up to the other people, but as well as the way that you attribute success or like a win or whatnot is different depending on the person. The reason for doing things changes basically depending on the person. That's like one person may be working as a lawyer for this reason, and the other person may be working as a lawyer because they really want money or something, that sort of thing like that, or because they really enjoy I don't know, helping out on the cells, or they really enjoy the general law, this kind of that kind of stuff. People do things for different reasons, and so success may not be the success that you are hoping for in certain instances, or like their success may not be the same as your success, sort of thing, or the way that you envision success for their character. Let me see. That's that he want to help in any way he can. That's something we could discuss for the meeting. Just the different ways people can help, and if people need help in general, that kind of stuff. Discuss the different ways that people can and get involved. As well as creating some some way for people easily view that information. Especially people looking to join. Looking to join the org. That's a good way of talking about it. Okay. Just say I'll let a kitty do. What, the success part or the thing I just wrote down? Actually, I didn't. Or what, that people do things for different reasons? I want them to succeed. True. True. The success part, okay. What was your reasoning behind trying out being a lawyer? Rather than, like, I don't know, working for, like, as a mechanic or something like that?
Well, mechanic shops wouldn't hire. Those that I interviewed for wouldn't call back.
Okay, well.
Lawyers, I don't know. So I'd try. I mean, you never know until you try it, something, right?
True. Very open-minded.
It's not like I didn't try to find a job anywhere else. Nobody really, people really want to hire me.
I was wondering if you might have had, like, a reason or goal in doing so for becoming a lawyer. Like, I know for people usually have different reasons for why they do the things they do, even if they're doing the same thing. You know, one lawyer may be doing something because they, like, really enjoy helping people in the cells. Or one lawyer might really enjoy just being in court, being able to have, like, the court atmosphere, that kind of stuff. One might really enjoy law and just in general. Someone might just really enjoy helping people. And sometimes people just want money. It's people would do things for different reasons, right? In that same line, people also find success in different ways as well. So for me, as long as the client is happy with the outcome, or not, maybe not happy, but if they're satisfied with the outcome in some way, then I'll be happy with that. Like, I'm like, oh, I was able to help them out. I'm satisfied as well, sort of thing. For some lawyers, success might be like winning in court, though, sort of thing. And they might treat their success in like that manner. Some people might just be as long as they're able to get the person's like issue resolved, and they can do that as much as possible for a whole bunch of people, and that's what they want to do. And it doesn't like seem too different from mine per se, but I feel it is very different. Because I found that I kind of have to, what will be a term for that? I have to do, when in the cells and whatnot, and just in general, there are two kinds of lawyers that I have to be. Sometimes I'll have to be the normal lawyer that helps them out with the situation and gives them legal advice and all that kind of stuff. And then there's the second time, the emotional support lawyer, where I have to make sure the person is heard in some way, that they feel like there's someone on their side, that there's someone to be there to stick up for them, to, show that they're not alone, kind of stuff. Sometimes I'll make a mistake about which one the person is looking for. I'm trying to get better about that. Like, did I tell you about the 3 different kinds of clients lawyers usually get in the cells?
I'm not sure if you did.
The first kind is people who have never been to prison before, and they're kind of worried about what might happen and like, what the process is like, and going through that in general. The second kind is criminals who feel like they don't deserve prison time for some reason. And the third kind is whenever the cops mess up somehow. I would say for the first kind that's the emotional support lawyer. For the second kind, that one's a little bit also a emotional support lawyer, surprisingly. And then for the third kind is when at least when I feel like they do the lawyer. Right stuff. Like a lot of times people have different expectations. Like there'll be people with 2 vastly different ways of understanding a situation, or maybe it will be a good example of that. They feel like this is a very common one. Whenever someone feels like the troopers were like just like really mean to them, and they're kind of mad about it, like they didn't really care about me at all. They just kind of did whatever, that sort of thing. Oftentimes I've gotten calls, I should say, where the person's just mad that the troopers were just very mean to them, and at that point in time, your job as the emotional support lawyer. So I'm sorry you had to go through that. That is really kind of messed up, actually, that they did that kind of stuff. So I don't really think that's really okay either, and I'm sorry. It sounds like it was really hard. Just that kind of general stuff. I mean, of course I'm genuine about it, but I'm giving you more of examples about what kind of stuff is I found that at least helps people. Just to like really empathize with them and kind of be there for them and make sure they're heard and just like not alone. I used to say that I was a therapist with a bar license.
Interesting way to put it.
Mm-hmm. I was very originally, way back when, wanting to be a life coach. So I guess it's kind of, I guess it's a way of life coaching if I think of it like that in a way, sort of. Oh, speaking of, you can call. Hello.
Hey, this is Gwen. Who am I speaking with?
This is Liz.
Hey, Liz, I have a question. Are there any judges at the courthouse?
None that I see, but I'm not able to check if there's any on duty. But I haven't seen any in quite a while now.
Okay. Now, would you be a defense attorney?
Yes.
Okay. So, all right. Here's my question. I have a friend who's in a pickle, and the
Oh, before that, I have a paralegal with me. Is it okay if they listen as well?
yeah, that's fine. They
Okay.
can listen.
That's fine.
So this friend is in a pickle, and they were charged with torture. Now, so the definition of torture means that either for revenge, there's emotional force driving the individual to commit a torturous act, stuff like that. It was literally just a job, like a hit job, right? It was somebody said, "Hey, I need this." They said, "Okay, you give me this," and then they go get it. So I think at minimum it could be dropped to aggravated assault. But they've been having a really hard time trying to get a lawyer, and then the lawyer they had putzed around for a week, then decided that they had to take a break and didn't help this person find another attorney.
I just
And
heard
their
about this.
statute of limitations is up in a day. And I told them to try and push for an extension given extenuating circumstances and to file a bar complaint against the other said lawyer. Do you have any advice?
For that, so I had actually heard about this situation specifically from a judge I was talking to earlier today, in regards to the lawyer, and
Okay.
yeah, and them just like not letting their client know that they stopped working on the case basically for like a week.
Yeah, that burned up a lot of time, and it's time for subpoenas. And like I said, I think the one charge is absolute bullshit. But there's no time for any new lawyer to pick up the case, go through the police report, and to build an adequate defense to even try and get that charge knocked off or at least lowered.
And this happened when exactly?
So I want to say the warrant got served 2 weeks ago. The PD waited almost like 25 days before they issued the warrant. And now it's been I think almost 2 weeks.
Okay.
I spent like all day yesterday calling. Like I just have really bad hours, and I'm really trying to help my friend out, short of going and getting a bar license myself, but that's not enough time.
Okay.
Did they even give extensions based on this is really shitty circumstance?
Absolutely, they do. Yeah, you can talk with a judge and say, "Hey, can I have the statute of limitations extended because there was very much so extenuating circumstances regarding this sort of thing."
Okay. And when are judges usually around? Because I want to say just about for the length of time that I've been around, I've rarely ever seen a judge around the time that I'm awake.
So from what I've seen, the judges seem to be more around during like I would say probably like after around like 2 Eastern. So
Oh, that's rough.
yeah.
Yeah, I've had housing issues, I've had property issues, I've had business issues. Hey, this is just driving me insane. And then I sent another lawyer. I got oh God, I hope this person's lawyer isn't the same one that I have, because I haven't heard from mine in a couple. Well, I haven't heard from mine in a week. And I was like, hey, I got all this stuff. Can you go find a judge for me, please?
You know the name of your lawyer?
Brings up a point of my something Higgins?
Oh, wait. I know Higgins, Johnny Higgins.
Yeah, Johnny Higgins.
Is he a lawyer?
Thought he was. Hold on, let me check my contacts, make sure that's the right one.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's he was the district attorney, but then he became a trooper. But
Yeah, Higgins. So he's not anymore?
let me check, I guess. Let me see if he's part of the organization. Well, he used to be the district attorney, but this was like months ago. So then he became a trooper, and he's been a trooper for a good while now. So unless he quit, but
I don't know. I feel like this was just last week. I'd asked him because I was trying to press charges against somebody for assault, and I don't even know what's become of that. But I tried calling him yesterday.
oh, he'd be able to help with that, absolutely. Because if he's a trooper, he can help with that for sure.
Yeah, but he didn't say nothing about being a trooper. That's so weird. Okay, so if it's past the date,
Why is she suspended?
if they can finally get a hold of a judge, like I don't know how past the date, because now we're burning time on their case trying to get a judge for the extension. Like how?
As soon as she it was made known that she was wanting to appeal the case, generally the statute of limitations is frozen. So the fact that she made that known, or at least attempted to, I feel would mean that the statute of limitations has been frozen until now. So I don't think that's something you need to worry about necessarily.
Okay. Well, I'm sure they'll be happy to know about that, because then I think what I could possibly do is try to stay up late tomorrow and see if we can't like wrap up
What's the name?
where this other lawyer left off. And would you possibly be interested in picking up the case if since their lawyer bit the dust?
What exactly happened for the case?
Somebody paid this individual to take out a kidney.
I don't know why I said that.
So kidnap somebody, take out a kidney, and
I have so many cases.
Yeah.
Okay.
However, it was not that's what I'm saying. It's not torture. Like, okay, yeah, yes, they kidnapped somebody.
Mutilation. Probably,
Yes,
but
they tried to cause harm.
taking organs,
However, not torture. Like, I'm sorry, like psychopaths do torture, and they usually do it either for fun, some kind of emotional driving force behind it, or revenge. Like, this person has absolutely no revenge, and since that incident has not caused this individual harm again.
It's weird, no mistake.
They got a job. I mean, the worst thing that they've done since then has been, petty crime like store robberies and evading. So I 100% think that torture charge should be dropped to at best like aggravated assault. And that's the big one that they're trying to appeal.
Did it have a medical examination report with the report at all? Are you aware of that?
I'm not 100% sure. Like I've been kind of like trying to guide them. I'm not a lawyer, although now I think maybe I should be, but I don't have access to any of their stuff. And I had asked them, and they okayed it, with that they were going to let me look at the stuff that the other lawyer got, but we haven't heard from the other lawyer since. Because I was
Okay.
going to help him build on a few things, and I wanted to look over stuff before that lawyer went and did something without like checking every avenue.
Okay.
You know, just be like a second set of eyes and opinion.
Well, I mean, if you'd like, I'd be happy to have you on as a lawyer or as a paralegal, that sort of stuff.
Yeah, because I a long time ago. All right, this is a long time ago. I got stuck in prison for a good deal amount of time, and it was either like these stupid highlight magazines to read or legal books. So you know, it was an attempt to weasel out. So I've done some reading in my time, but yeah, it's the thoughts cross my mind now.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, for me, I wasn't really planning on being a lawyer either. Well, how I got into law in general, so I had somebody kidnap me and I got stabbed, and I was very mad. I was very pissed, and so I was like, I need to make sure this person gets every charge in the book. And so I went through and I read every single charge, and I need to make sure. Okay, how could this be construed to get like in this charge and whatnot? And, after doing that, I was like, wait, this is kind of interesting actually. This law stuff, and so that's how I started the journey. But
yeah, and you know, like half the time in my experience, a lot of stuff, people are getting, like, at least in my encounters, people usually get charged with stuff that's a little bit more aggressive than what it could be. But at the same time, like, nobody ever truly fights it or has somebody decent in their corner.
I can agree with that. Oftentimes the troopers are very emotional, and at the time, you know what I mean? Like, they're very pumped up with adrenaline and they were like a part of it and invested themselves. And generally, the district attorneys are supposed to be the ones pressing charges for that reason, so that way there's not like the investment of being a part of it involved with the pressing of charges. But it's just not really possible with how things are now, and so the troopers are the ones who press charges, and so sometimes for that reason, they can be more invested than they should be.
Yeah, and then this whole torture thing just got me all riled up, because I mean, that's like saying that every kidnapped person who gets stabbed should be charged with, you know, get torture, and then that's not a good precedent to set. I mean, we don't charge gangs with torture, I don't think, for doing what they do, or you know, stuff like Hell Week or whatever. When I see the signs posted, I'm sure they're probably not getting hit with that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Actually, I do know. I was working as the DA's office one time. They're charged with terrorism instead of for that kind of stuff. They're doing things
Okay.
to try and stop the police from, you know, like arresting them. That is considered terrorism because they're influencing the government or trying to influence the government to stop doing something, basically.
Yeah. Let me talk to my friend. Can I give my friend your name and tell them to reach out to you, and that the statute of limitations might be frozen at the point of them trying to appeal it, and we can discuss that with a judge?
So is it just the charge of torture that she's very much so doesn't want?
Yeah, that's the big one. I personally, I kind of want to see what the other charges are. But yeah, that's the big one in all the conversations that we had, because they're not like this very nice person. I mean, you know, I'm over here trying to run a business in a government building, and you know, I've never at any point gotten any kind of like bad vibes off this person. I even hired him. And I feel like that charge really upset them, because that's not what happened.
It doesn't fit the crime, right?
Right. But I mean, that after that though, I am kind of curious to see what all the other charges are.
I'd have
'Cause
to. Oh, go ahead.
yeah, I just want to make sure like none of the other stuff was like done in the heat of the moment.
Okay. I was going to say I could. So I have like 10 cases at the moment, so I don't want to take on too many. But if she'd be okay with like a plea deal for a lesser charge, I could definitely help her out with something like that.
Okay, all right. When I get a hold of them, I'll tell them to give you a call, and then I will contemplate the other thing. Now, does paralegal have to have a bar license?
No.
Okay, and I don't think it's that hard to get one either, because I know Frank Smith, and I'm pretty sure I'm smarter than Frank.
Well, I'm the chief of the public defense office actually, so I have. I can make people lawyers, and I can make people paralegals, and I can give out bar exams as well.
Oh, okay. All right. Let me cook on that one. Because it's an avenue that I never in my life contemplated, and then I will reach out to you.
All right. Well, feel free to. I'll look forward to it.
All right. I appreciate your help, Liz.
Glad I could help you out.
All right. Thank you.
Bye. She was nice.
Yep, she was.
That's how. I feel like she's going to be a good one, honestly. I can smell it. What do you call that? Sometimes I can tell, or at least I feel like I can tell whenever people are very competent. Maybe that's not the right word, but whenever they're like good at stuff, and or at least when I feel like they might be good at stuff, that kind of thing. Because I was the one who actually convinced Tiomi to work with law stuff. I'm quite proud of him, actually. He's doing amazing. Better than great, amazing. She seems like a very good one, though. She would be... The way she was talking about different things and about how, like, set a bad precedent, that's a very, very, very good way of looking at things. I'm kind of amazed that someone who isn't a lawyer would look at something like that. Yeah, those are like our arguments here, like making before a judge sort of thing. So I'm very surprised that somebody with not a whole lot of legal experience would make an argument like that. She really does strike me as a... I don't know, I got like, I don't know, it felt a little bit like fate there for a second. I could be wrong about that, but she seemed like, okay, I'm like, I can tell there's ripples that are gonna come from that. I don't know why, but I got that feeling really strongly. It's weird that I felt like, I don't get that feeling too often, but that was one of those moments. You agree? Felt like fate? I felt strange. I don't know. I felt strange. She seemed very collected, but at the same time, she was also worried about her friend and was taking steps to help her out as well. I mean, I feel like that's... If you can do that normally, then working as a lawyer should be easy. Okay. Alright. I don't remember her name though, but I'm pretty good at personality hires though, from what I've seen. I feel like I'm pretty good judge of character. Okay, let's see then. I switched gears, I feel like too much. He was on before. Oh, stuff to discuss at the meeting, that's right. Oh, do you have any thoughts about that as well?
Thoughts on?
The thing on the phone about the torture stuff?
Oh. I think the lawyer should have been in contact with the client. Let them know exactly what was going on if they planned on taking a pill away. Instead of leaving them in the dark.
Yeah, that would have been good. But from what I've heard, they ended up. I think they got suspended for that reason. Either. I just heard about this today, actually. So. Yeah, try. Just not saying anything for a while. It's generally not the greatest way to go about doing things, but. See, I wonder if it was filed as an appeal or not, though. If it was, that will make things pretty easy. But, oh yeah, let me... Oh wait, she can't give permission for her friend, though, so I need her friend to contact me. I want to say I should... Oh, it's called make a subpoena or reach out to somebody to get access to that information, but I need the permission from her friend rather than her. I don't think she did say her name, no. But she sounded like she... Did she know Liz? No, because she asked Liz's name. But I don't know, she sounded like really familiar. I kind of felt like I almost knew her for some reason. No, I don't think I've heard her voice though before. It's weird. Um... Oh, I think that's a good discussion topic now I think about it. Just anything there. I'm trying to include her and involve her. But she's not actively making attempts to disengage herself though, which is important. She was doing that at the beginning. So baby steps. And she's talking a lot more than she did originally. She was very like clammed up in the very beginning. And from what I've felt, at least from her tone of voice, she's much more relaxed now than she had been previously. Yeah, baby steps. Or maybe, was it kitty steps in this case? Discuss the parts of the org that people really like. And believe are a good thing. Possibly agree upon a general mindset. General mindset that maybe mindset isn't the right term. What do you call that whenever you have what do you call that? Theme? Direction? Direction. That we want to go towards with the org. Direction. That's very important. I forgot about that. That's so important, direction. Start this one actually. That's so important. That's a really good one. I'm happy with that one. I thought of a good one. I think we should, let's see, come up with like a general mindset or like direction that we want the organization to go.
Yeah, that sounds good. Get everybody on the same page, working together, and then it'd be easier.
Yeah, if we can all agree upon, this is a good direction to take things in, and I think we can start heading in that direction, and there'll be a lot less pushback and general. We'll be a lot more like focused in going there, sort of thing. Okay. That's good stuff, good stuff.
No, I've got to head out soon. Is there anything else you need from me?
No. Well, thanks for being here, and I do appreciate your help. I mean, you can say, I didn't help too much, but no, you did. Just being here, that's always help. It's not the most fun going at this alone. So I appreciate you.
Thank you.
So, you have a good night, and it was nice seeing you.
Yep. Oh. Yep, good seeing you too. Alright. You gonna be around like later on tonight, or?
Oh. Sure, I can try to be. For some reason, I'm feeling like super motivated. So yeah, I can try and be around later today.
I mean, you don't have to be. It's just
Or no, I'm
I
not.
like the.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. I like the idea of telling, like, one lawyer compared to being pulled in 5 different directions, and then everybody saying, "Oh, we do things this way, this way, and this way." Okay, that works for you, but that's not how to teach me.
I can see that being confusing. Do you feel like my way of, I'm not sure, like lawyering or teaching is much different than the others?
It's easier for me.
Okay, that's good.
Easier for me to pick up on what you're wanting and try to go from there to another. Like, I appreciate the other 3 that took me to sell reps, but you know, and one I didn't even go to because I was conflicted. But yeah,
Well, it's not always the greatest trait, but I think I'm pretty blunt with things, and so, or maybe direct would be a better term. And so, I usually say what I mean, and that's, I try to communicate my intentions in that way. And sometimes it gets across, and so it looks like that was the case this time.
yeah, I can work with that. It's better than being pulled in like 5, 6 different directions and then being overwhelmed with everything.
That's fair. Sometimes I certainly feel that whenever I was kind of worried about having to take on this other case as well, and I was like, do I have to take on another case? I'm kind of worried about the rest I already have. But I also don't like saying no, so I was like, I can do it, but only if I don't have to worry about it for too long, basically.
You don't have to be around tonight if you don't want to. It's just
No, it's so doing this by myself. It can be fun, but having someone there to, I very much so enjoy teaching people, and I very much so having someone there to like share the experience with, and so it feels good to be able to have someone there to share the experience with. You know, that's so. Thank you for being here.
you're welcome.
So sure, I'll be around later today.
All right. I'll try to be back around like 8 o'clock tonight. Whenever. I mean, no pressure, just fly in whenever you can. I can find other things to do until you show up.
Okay. See you.
Alrighty, appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll see you then.
Have a good night.
You too. Very nice. Yeah, as much as, so I don't know why, but somehow this always what was gravitates, is that the term, towards doing stuff kind of solo for whatever reason. I don't really know why, but I don't necessarily doing stuff solo. It's having someone there is very nice. I don't know. I feel a lot more confident whenever there's someone else there. And I am feeling really motivated for some reason. I don't know why. Things have just been going well, like really well lately, which is strange. That's kind of strange. Why are things going so well lately? Let me see. Let me see. There is a couple things that I wanted to do. I wanted to finish the 2-block contract, and it shouldn't take too long. Take like maybe at most 10 minutes-ish, and then I'll be happy with things. I mean, I guess I could just do off stream as well. If that was the case. So I'm not sure how interesting writing a contract is for people to watch. But I know somehow it's really funny actually. Whenever it'll be like 5 seconds after I end the stream, I end up getting like a code or something like that. It's always really like I'll be like, I'll go in not expecting too much to happen for roleplay today, and then a whole bunch will happen. In this case, not too much happened, but I think that's okay. Things kind of felt. I don't know, things felt good today. I'm quite happy with today actually. I'm quite happy with that. Or maybe I'd save this work for a later day. Alright, just want me to get up early-ish? Sure. See, when did I wake up today? I'm trying to remember now. When did I wake up today? I think I woke up like at 8. Yeah, I think I remember waking up like around 8. No, I have it written down. I should have it written down. Actually, I started streaming like an hour or two after I woke up, so I can just do it based off that. Oh yeah, like at 11? 10? Did I wake up around 10? I guess so, yeah, I think I may have woken up around 10. I don't remember too well. But sure, if that's the case, then that means I've been... Actually, I haven't been awake too long then, but... But I hadn't gotten that much sleep the previous day anyways. So yeah, I can try to fix my schedule a little bit. I'll try and fix my schedule. Get back on a normal schedule. Or something. As this crazy, don't sleep ever sort of thing. Let's see. Just make sure there's nothing else. Oh wait, the mini cruise thing. How is that going? Did I file an appeal about that? Please tell me I did. Please tell me I filed an appeal about that. Wait, that's not... Because I'm pretty sure I think I might have forgotten about this. I didn't file an appeal about it. Why didn't I file an appeal about it? Why does this say filed on this date? Did I just forget to file this? But I could have sworn I thought I filed this. Did I not file it? No, I did. I gave it to, that's what happened. Okay, I was so worried for a second. Oof, okay, I was really worried for a second. I gave it to Jackie, that's right. Oh, I was so worried for a second. Okay. I'm like, did the statue pass? This 5-day statue is going to be the death of me. Alright, who was it that texted me then? Let's see, mini cruise. I submitted the appeal. A couple of days ago. Now the DA's office. Would be trying to schedule things. Okay. There we go. Easy. Only word for 1 second. Okay. Oh, let me do the ending recap. Oh. First, off duty, so no interruption. Well, maybe just a little interruptions. Alright, the ending recap. Got the ending recap for today. It's a good spot. I mean, I feel like it's a good spot. Let's see. What has happened today? Let's see, today, we got locked in the office for like 3 hours. It was interesting. Not like 3, I think it was actually almost 3 hours. And then we talked a lot with, got all of our work done, talked with Emma on the phone for a while, sick Emma as well. Talked with, Jackie, Tiomi, and Emma together. Oh, and then Kitty as well. Unless she didn't say too much, but then we talked with them for a while. About like the DOJ in general. I think that's what's happening. Getting the latest gossip of what an attorney did what this time, sort of thing. I'm so amazed Liz hasn't fucked up. It's incredible. How was he not fucked up? It's been so long. And I haven't self-sabotaged. Look at that. 7 weeks since Liz last fucked up. That's insane. Let's see, what else happened? Then we were preparing trial questions with I guess so. Chief of Public Defender's Office. I honestly wasn't expecting to get the position on the list. Where he's like, yeah, you should apply. And I'm like, okay, sure, I guess why not? And then I ended up getting it. Turns out it's a very good thing. So that's why even getting fired from the DA's office is a good thing, you know. I try to have the mindset that all things are good things. It can be hard sometimes, though. Be very hard sometimes. But today it was easy. So for, we did the trial prep stuff with Kitty. We also, we information dumped her about how court goes. That wasn't my... I don't want to scare her away too much because I've actually had a lot of lawyers, or paralegals, I should say, scared away after I information dumped them too much. So I tried to stay away from that. Because having all this information starts to feel a little daunting. But thankfully, she's someone who... what's going on? I checked in with her, I'm like, is this like too much? And she said, yes, good. I'm learning to check in people, and she's okay with saying whenever she's feeling overwhelmed, which is good. And let's see. Other than that, I've been trying to do stuff like I used to not really think about how I worded things too much, but I've started to learn that the way things are said is super duper important for being able to, well, to one, to get across your intentions, but also to like what would be the way to say that? To communicate things in a manner that doesn't cause a defensive reaction. So I found, you know, if people feel attacked or like that they're being targeted in some way, it can cause people to become very defensive very fast. And so I've been trying to be much less confrontational compared to, I guess I used to be very confrontational, something like that. I guess so. Is that the case? I don't know exactly, but I've been trying to word things in a more what would be the term for that? It's not exactly pleasant, but just in a way that can't be interpreted as hostile, ideally. Leaving interactions sooner, Bajek. But I think I've been doing well enough. Things, apparently at least, Lis is really well liked here, especially here in the server as well, and as the chief of the PDO. Always feel like I don't think I've really done that much though. But I'm glad people are liking this and liking my RP. I'm happy with that. I'm very happy with that actually. That's hearing that from people. That's great. Oh, that's very, very motivating for me. And I'm feeling super motivated for some reason. I'm like, you know what? I could stream again tomorrow. Like, what? Huh? Is it what? What happened to the person who only streamed every few days or like every other day or so? What happened to that guy? Not here anymore. And I'm going back to the I guess we are going back to the old streaming everyday list sort of thing. But I also like, I feel like very recently I've been growing a whole lot, which is very interesting to me. I've been very happy with that. That's what I've been wanting. That's what I've been praying for. But alright, let's see. Who can we raid? Let's see, who's streaming right now in purple? Grace. A lot of cops like streaming. What raid in Naruto? I don't remember, but was it that she raided us one time? I don't remember too well. Do we know? I'm pretty sure we know Leigh Evans. Why would you know her? I don't remember exactly. But anyways. See? Storm Vixen? I was gonna say a Nartaku, but let me see. Trooper Storm. Wait. I usually like. Alright, I can rate Storm Vixen. I usually don't like rating bigger streamers because I always feel like it's like, is it really? I mean, because I feel like I would I appreciate? Let me think about that. I was gonna say it because I feel like there's. I wouldn't necessarily appreciate it if I got rated for a small amount, but now that I think about it, if I think about myself, well, when I get rated by anybody, I'm always very appreciative, regardless of how big it is. Okay. Well, I had her followed for some reason. I don't know why though. I don't remember. Because I don't remember ever watching her stream, I don't think. Is it that I rated her one time? I don't remember exactly. Let me see it. Remember there was that way to see people like rated you or whatnot. But sure, we'll rate Storm Vixen. Trooper Storm. Oh, we're actually having a court case getter, so I guess it's I guess it'll be interesting. All right, let's see. All right, let's see. Well, we've gone over everything that's happened today, but thank you guys for watching. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for sticking around. I appreciate you. I really do. And remember, life is sacred.